Jasmine Renee Davis, who are you?
I'm sorry?
Oh, really?
Hello, can you hear me?
I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, who are you?
Operator 10881.
I'm calling because I would like a sheriff deputy or either probably a sheriff deputy, police officer to call me. I want to make a complaint and press charges on actually your agency, Racine Communications Center. I had called in to report some crimes, some actual things that literally are happening. I
Okay.
have recordings, I have proof. This is actually things I was complaining about some social workers in Kenosha, Wisconsin, court appointed attorneys, and some things that are happening through the courts illegally that are involving them taking my son from me, and how this white woman had walked into my yard before and just took my son out of my yard and put my son in her car. And I was criminally charged for her kidnapping my son. So I talked to your agency, and there was someone there. Instead of her having the police or the sheriff call me, she called fucking Crisis
Okay.
and told Crisis that I was experiencing paranoia and delusions. See, that's a mean game that y'all playing. That is a vicious um and I'm not going to deal with this sick stuff where I'm waking up out of my sleep, and instead of me thinking about something romantic and beautiful, I'm thinking about the shit that you all did to me and the abuse. And why ever, if you all were not trying to harm me, why would you lie after I told you the complete truth and say that I, instead of having a police officer or sheriff deputy to call, you reported me to Crisis? And not only did you report me to Crisis, but you lied and said that I was delusional and paranoid. What the fuck? Then
I'm
Crisis
sorry
is
this happened.
calling me, harassing the fuck out of me. And I do not appreciate now that you all put these records out. You know, you cannot continue to abuse, like trying to drive me crazy.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not going to accept that. I'm going to press charges against that dispatcher, because dispatch means kill anyway. See, I do not need, you guys are going to have to understand the error in your ways. You take non-emergency and 911 calls. It has been too many times that I have called your Racine Communication Center, and you all have been dishonest and extremely, oh my goodness, harmful with your gross misconduct, your ways where I would have to yell and talk to you all just to get my point across. This is, you do not fucking know me.
Mm-hmm.
This is all real stuff. And for you all to take it the way that you all have been taking it and doing and messing over my life, the way that you all have messing over my life, I cannot allow it. I do not need to sit up here and wake up out of my sleep and think about y'all. Okay? That is abusive. And that is the intention that you all are trying to set out, where my focus is you, and it should not be. I do not appreciate wondering why would you do that? wondering what my next move had to be about y'all occupying my days and nights with the lies that you all are telling that is costing me so much. This is something that happened. The reason why they took my son in the first place, because someone lied on me and said that I was unresponsive at Gateway Cafe in Kenosha. And I was not. I was alive. I was ignoring a police officer because I was not under arrest. I was trying to sit there and get some food with my son. And they kidnapped me in Chapter 51 me, stalked me because of a criminal case. And that same judge is there telling me to worry about him. And then you all are talking about struggling. You do not fucking know what's happening. What you mean I'm struggling with mental illness? Why would you say something like that? Who told you guys to say that?
Mhm.
That is a question. You keep saying, I don't know what means.
I'm just listening to you. I don't know why someone would say that. I wasn't the one that you spoke to, so
Well,
I can't speak for someone.
you all have your notes because I even called on the three-way and recorded it with Racine Crisis to your Racine Communication Center. And that individual even admitted. At first, he was trying to say that he was going to tell me. But once y'all got on the phone, he said it was y'all. But the initial individual who called told me right away. And then you all lied and said I kept calling 911 too. And I was not. I call and make reports because I know that that's what you all are there for. I did not call 911. I called 1262-886-2300. But for whoever that was, she has to be criminally charged. She is making unlawful statements to public servants. She is doing all kinds of dishonest things. And that is attempted murder, actually, for her to say. Do you understand what sometimes happens when a police officer sees someone that is delusional or experiencing paranoia? Sometimes those individuals get harmed. Chapter 51 and lose their life and their independence. Everything that I'm fighting the courts about, this right there is a representation of giving them an excuse. So now you all have a paper trail in Racine, Wisconsin, saying that I am delusional and paranoid because I reported the courts. That's what you all said, that I was reporting the courts. So you're giving me an example to say I don't have a right. So what what does it mean when you all do something like that?
When we do something like what?
That you did when I just explained to you.
Did you want to speak with an officer today, or did you want Crisis to reach out to you?
Are you fucking serious? Why would Crisis reach out to me?
So you want to speak with an officer?
No, why would you ask if Crisis will reach out to me?
Did you want to speak with an officer?
Listen, you know what? You are also probably, you all must be finding this entertaining and you must be on assignment. But I'm going to tell you something for the record. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. June 12, 1986 is my date of birth. And an identification number would be D1204368671201. It's 12:49 a.m. on Monday, May 18, 2026. I'm calling from 1-262-505-7137. You all are really doing something that is a problem. I told you when I called, I wanted the officer to call, but now you trying to say that do I want crisis to fucking call me? You are refusing to answer a question about your job. You apparently are not paying attention. You all do not even have the mental capacity to even be doing the job that you all are doing. You have showed me that time and time again, where you all put your officers at risk. You have put the community individuals at risk. Look at the calls that I have recorded, the times that I have called you all, where you all didn't even remember a phone number that I have told you, the things that I have to go through. And then you all want to sit there and call me mentally ill. And then one time I called Kenosha Crisis and reported a sheriff deputy by the name of Schrader because he was abusive to me over the phone. When I called you all to ask you how to get my money back from when I had went to jail, from when Racine County arrested me unlawfully. They told me that some tickets of some stuff that I didn't even do, prowling, trespassing, disorderly conduct, because they said that I urinated outside in front of children and there was no children around. You guys sit there. And it was at a public library. I was outside, wasn't even there. And the public library bathroom was flooded and nasty. But anyway, they took the tickets to collections, and that was it. But then somehow you all take them back and put a warrant out for me? Who does that? So then I ordered commissary, and I was in jail for 5 days. I got out of jail before the commissary came. So then I was trying to figure out how to get my money. I called to ask a sheriff deputy, and also because your records department was abusive toward me when I called, I want to make sure that I did everything appropriately. The sheriff deputy called. I'm telling him I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. He told me that I did not tell him that I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. He said I only told him that my name is Jasmine. So he was saying some things that were inappropriate. And so I said, you know what? If I was to do that, you all would tell me that I was mentally ill, that I was having a crisis, and I'm not going to keep allowing you all to abuse me. He told me that I need to use a green form to get my money. No, that was the wrong. I said, what's the name of the form? He didn't know the name of the form. He didn't want to talk to me. He was just unprofessional and did not give me proper information. And so I did call and report him to crisis because he was lying. He carries a gun. He's making false reports about me, just like you all did. But this is a sheriff deputy, and I wanted to make sure that he was like actually serious because he was saying that I was not telling him things or things were happening that was not happening. And so I don't know if you all find your way to try to repay me, and now you're going to attempt murder. No, I didn't call crisis to harm him. I called crisis to make a note so that Kenosha can understand the things that I have to go through. And also to talk about the condition of these officers out here and what they are doing. But I believe he was abusive. And I went to the sheriff's office and asked for a green form. The only green form was a complaint form. I went to the jail where I was told perhaps it's a different green form. It was only complaint forms. Why would I need to fill out a complaint form to get my bond money back? All I had to do, and he gave me the wrong information, all I had to do was to tell them who I am and get my money. They put it on a debit card. He gave me the absolute wrong information and was abusive to me over the phone. So when you all sit up there and you're making reports, and then whoever that was was obnoxious. She kept me on the phone. Oh, you sound like you need someone to advocate for you and all that. I said, no, I do not. She never told me that she was calling crisis there at your communication center, a dispatcher.
Hold on 1 second. I have to answer 911. I apologize. I had to answer 911. You can continue your story.
Oh no, you actually don't have to apologize for having to answer a 911 call. I mean, that's your job. It's I'm surprised that um, you are back on the phone so soon though. But that's an issue where your dispatcher is trying to do something. She was very inappropriate, and that was gross misconduct for her to keep me on the phone as I'm telling her the full report. Now, I'm intentionally and consciously saying all this so that it can be recorded and the call can be accessed. So I knew what I was doing the whole time. But she twisted it around and perverted and abused everything professionally that I was saying so that it can be an accurate and legal account that can be accessed. The phone call can be accessed and it can be a trail, evidence that this is all happening. And your police officers, whoever, sheriff, deputy sheriff, chief of police, whoever, any public, all they have to do is call and say my phone number and get the calls. Like this one, it's 12:56 a.m. And so this call can be accessed. And so I knew what I was doing because the courts in Kenosha they reject my emails. They will not upload my faxes to my court cases. They won't talk to me on the phone. They transfer my calls to voicemails, or they won't answer my calls, won't answer my questions, won't return my calls. That is unprofessional. When I go into the courthouse, they call sheriff deputies. They watch my Facebook page. They stalked me and said that they're going to charge me and take my son because I'm mentally ill because I post pictures of my bowel movement, of my menstruation, and my urine. That is not mental illness. They don't know what the fuck I'm doing. But this has been some things that have been highly abusive. The public defender's office never told me about court during this chapter 51 thing. They sit there and they kept, and then now it's a current court case for permanency. The court case, and this is new information. There's a court date for August 12th, 2026. I got a court appointed attorney from this judge who has been the judge on a criminal case that told me to worry about him. And he keeps calling me incompetent because I don't use a public defender, which has caused me to be arrested in jail and I didn't even commit the crimes. No sentence. They don't read what I put. They didn't let me cross examine the psychologist, the doctor. They threw me in jail. Those are crimes, whether you know it or not, that they are committing that just need to be accurately documented because you all are fighting me. Your communication center is playing a very, very harmful game, or it's not a game. Your actions are extremely harmful. Do to play around with mental illness and say that I had paranoia and delusions when I called and reported all accurate information. It's inappropriate for you all to say things like that. I didn't call you all and say that someone was going to eat me or anything like that. I said that I want it to be known for the record because it is legal in Wisconsin for cannibalism, that I do not do cannibalism and I don't allow cannibalism. These are all important factors, and I know why. You all are not trained, apparently, to take the kind of calls that can come through and be documented. I called on a non emergency call, and your coworker said that I kept calling 911 that day. That could have charged me criminally. I have literally been charged before for calling 911. And I went to jail that day in Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin. AT&T stole my money and made prepaid accounts and refused to sell me a phone because they had drained all the money off of my card and called the police on me. I had to have an appointment for my son. That was the last appointment that I would have been able to give visitation for my son, and I missed that appointment because I was in jail. So I want police officers to investigate, someone to invest, because it's all of this stuff seems to be connected. You all are fighting me very hard, and I want to know why. See, every cop, every police is not a cop or a bad cop, but also this is something that I can use for my fight. That I have tried to call you all, and this is what you do to me. So this information is very useful. Even you, when you get on the phone and you ask me, do I want Crisis to call me? I just told you I was not interested in Crisis calling me. This is not a crisis call. I said I want to make a complaint to an officer and charge your coworker criminally for what she did. You all cannot advertise and promote yourselves to say that you don't mind being dishonest and calling someone mentally ill to fight them and to harm them. Because I don't know what her consequence is going to be, but I should not have to even worry about her. I should not wake up out of my sleep and think about you all. That is a crime that you all have committed, whether you know it or not. And I do not appreciate what you all are doing. And there's there has to be a complaint filed. There has to be a report made and a complaint. Your supervisors won't even return my calls when I have complaints to file about what you all are doing. You won't let a paper trail happen. But now you want to call me mentally ill. Now you chose to make a paper trail about me. And you guys have, what is your what are you supposed to do when someone is doing something that's serious within your agency?
as far as not giving you what you're asking for. Is that what you're talking about?
What
Is
you
that what
mean?
you
I
told
didn't
me to
ask for that. I didn't ask for you all. She lied and said that she was going to have a sheriff deputy to call, and the sheriff deputy never called. Crisis called. She lied. She never called so she prevented me. So she wasted time. That's been on May 6th, 2026. And so no officer still has called me yet. That's a crime for their agency and yours. That's Racine, Wisconsin. And this stuff needs to be documented properly. You all are taking me as if I'm a joke, but now that's attempted murder. and you believe that it's paranoia, I don't care about your labels. Only thing that'll do is stand up in court if something horrible was to happen to me, and it'll make me look like I harmed myself to shut everybody up. It's just a false move that you all did in a real way to help yourself. Hello? I mean, are you all serious? Are you serious? Are you awake?
I'm listening.
Why didn't you answer my question? This is not a counseling session. I don't fucking need y'all. You're supposed to be calling, making a report, and answer my question so I can properly report this to your supervisors.
Did you want to speak with the supervisor now?
I want to ask you, what is the steps that I take to report your agency for refusing to allow me to file a police report, instead fighting me because this other state of Wisconsin employees you all are protecting, and you have a bias in which you should not. What made you choose whose side to be on? And how do I report that? And also, I'm requesting a sheriff deputy to call me so I can report this, and a police officer.
Okay. I can definitely get a call started so you can speak with an officer, and they can probably give you more advice than I can. Do you want
Advice?
to speak
I'm not
with an
calling
officer?
about advice. How is an officer going to tell me how to make something internally about your? I already know I can make a complaint with them. Why are you preventing me and not telling me how to make it? Was that you? Were you the? Was that you that did that?
No, I don't believe so.
You don't believe so? What does that mean?
I wasn't the one that you spoke to, is what I'm saying.
So do you do things like that too, or is that what you all do there?
No, that's
I'm
why I'm
sure.
asking if you wanted me to make a call right now so I can have an officer call you.
What I'm
And if you
asking
wanted to
you,
follow through with your complaints, that is where it would start.
what I'm asking you is to tell me, because I want to make sure that I do this properly and in appropriate steps. This is upsetting to me because you all are trying to take my voice from me. I do not need this stuff. I call, I get upset, I go through all kinds of things talking to you all. Although I know you're not going to be professional all the time, I still call because I know this is what I have to do. The police don't fight my fights. The sheriff department or office don't fight my fights. Only reason why I call is because I'm trying to call other places, and I'm just not getting through appropriately. When you are do things like misconduct in public office, when you as a public employee intentionally to fail or refuse to perform a known mandatory non-discretionary ministerial duty within the time or manner required by law, you are committing a crime that could be listed under Wisconsin statute section 946.12. When you are doing things like being a public employee in an official capacity, makes an entry in a record, report, or statement, which in a material respect the employee intentionally falsifies, classifying a caller with false structural labels like delusional or paranoid to an external team instead of documenting the factual report, constitutes intentional falsification, obstructing an officer and providing false information is what you all have did and did before. This is legally defined to include knowingly giving false information to an officer or public agency with the intent to mislead them in the performance of their official duties by relaying false claims to an external team. The dispatcher is actively misleading another public entity and obstructing the proper administration of justice. See, you all have to understand that when you do these things and those agencies get funding and they say it's a problem or whatever, you all are committing defraud, fraud, abuse of public funding, time clock fraud. This is not some petty thing that y'all all keep getting away with. C3, federal color of law violations, or United States federal law. See, I'm not your civilian, but you all, that's the laws that you go off of. This protection stands in federal statutes as well, ensuring that accountability is multi layered and extensive across the entire geographic landscape. Under United States federal law, specifically Title 42, United States Code Section 1983. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, and I'm here to tell you on this phone call right now it is unlawful for anyone acting under the color of the law, meaning utilizing the authority granted by a government agency to deprive anyone of their constitutional rights. I'm not saying that they are my constitutional rights, but you have also deprived the crisis agencies, the police departments, those that are committing the crimes. You don't know why they're doing it. They may be needing protections or they may need to be heard. I don't know why you all are doing this shit, but I do not appreciate it. First Amendment retaliation. Every sovereign entity possesses the inherent right to petition the government for a redress of grievances, which includes reporting structural issues within the court systems. When a dispatcher retaliates against a caller by initiating an unauthorized intervention based on fabricated statements that she made, they violate federal protections against retaliation. You know, you all have to know about words like malfeasance, the performance of an act that is legally unjustified, harmful, or contrary to law, specifically committed by a public official or government employee. Pre-verification, the act of speaking or acting in invasive, misleading, or intentionally untruthful matter, especially to create a false impression or deflect responsibility. Dereliction, the deliberate or shameful abandonment of a mandatory duty or legal obligation. You all are doing this too often. And I don't appreciate the things that you are doing to me. I cannot sit here and succumb to mental illness. Are you serious? I know how to stand up and I am not sick. And the sick things that you all are constantly doing to me, and you get away with it. Is inappropriate. I cannot be scared of you all. I'm not scared. Is it the point where you are threatening me? Did she threaten me? Is that your cute way of threatening me? To tell me if I choose to file complaints against y'all, how it's going to be for me? That I better be scared and I must be out of my mind to believe that that's going to go anywhere? For you guys are doing federal crimes. Title 18, United States Code, Section 242. Deprivation of rights under color of law. See, you all keep using your agencies, and I've told you, you do not have jurisdiction over me. I called just to document your things, but instead you all are trying to steal me and put me in your governments under your rules and have me to live my life according to your standards, and I don't appreciate that. But the federal criminal statute makes it an explicit crime. You understand this? And you sit up there and try to call crisis on me too. Ask me, oh, should I call crisis or make a report? This is a federal criminal statute, makes it an explicit crime for any actor operating under the color of law to willfully deprive any sovereign entity of the rights, privileges, or immunities secured or protected by the Constitution or the laws of the United States. Application to emergency network. When an official dispatcher uses the authority of their position to fabricate a false narrative, such as inventing a crisis or claiming a caller lacks clarity, with the explicit intention of suppressing a lawful report against the court system, that dispatcher is acting beyond their lawful boundaries while pretending to fulfill an official function. This constitutes a federal criminal offense investigated by federal agencies. 2, criminal conveyance of false information, state of Wisconsin law. The law stands in separate, independent place within the criminal statutes of the state of Wisconsin to prevent the intentional corruption of emergency response resources. Wisconsin Statute Section 947.014, conveying false information concerning an emergency. You all documented that I kept calling 911 that day, and I did not. This statute outlines that any actor who, knowing the information is false, intentionally conveys or causes to be conveyed any false information that an emergency or a crisis exists and acting in direct violation of state law. Application to the false crisis call. By contacting a crisis response team and initiating intervention based on fabricated claims, the dispatcher intentionally initiated a false emergency deployment. This statute classifies the intentional conveyance of a false emergency data as a felony when it directs specialized intervention teams under fraudulent pretenses. 3, civil tort protections. Common law of Wisconsin. Accountability also stands in the third place within civil law, allowing a sovereign entity to address the person and environmental disruptions caused by official misconduct. I have asked you many times about the steps that I have to take to file complaints. I have told you I tried to file complaints because this is not the first time you all have been dishonest about me and your calls and the way that you all have steady called me Jasmine, steady been abusive. Accountability also stands in a third place within civil law, allowing a sovereign entity to address the personal environmental disruptions caused by official misconduct. Defamation per se. In the legal structure of the state of Wisconsin, certain false statements are considered so harmful on their face that they are classified as defamation per se. Falsely stating to an external agency that a sovereign entity lacks clarity or presents an active psychological emergency falls under this category, as it directs attacks the standing, professional reputation, and competence of that sovereign entity. I am Jasmine Renee Davis, without requiring external proof of specific financial harm. Intentional infliction of emotional distress. This civil framework applies when an actor engages in extreme and outrageous conduct that intentionally or recklessly causes severe emotionally or mental disruption to another. A dispatcher intentionally fabricating a crisis to avoid recording a report against the courts is a severe violation of standard decency. There are some linguistics definers for clarity. The use of trickery, evasion, or deception by an official to achieve a specific bureaucratic or legal purpose to or to avoid accountability is chicanery. Color of law, the appearance of semblance of official legal right, utilizing the power and authority granted by a government agency, even when a specific action taken directly violates the law. Perversity, a deliberate and persistent desire to behave in a way that is highly unreasonable, unacceptable, or contrary to established professional standards and mandatory duties. This is a serious issue. And even though I cannot, I'm doing the best that I can, but you all know exactly what I'm saying. I do not need to sit here and grow up too fast and, go through all these things to prove that I am not sick. This is synthetic stress that you all are putting out there. And I do not appreciate that. You all are very messy. When I was at Wendy's restaurant and there was literally a manager there in 2025, she was spraying me, she was harassing me. You all were not taking this seriously. You were not letting me talk to a police officer on the phone. I had to call, I had to complain. Eventually, I talked to, it was just a mess. And I do not have to deal with those sorts of issues where you all are making fake stress issues, where you are causing me to have emotions and go through emotions about stuff that you are creating that never really happened, but it's actually happening. Apparently, you all are dealing with some kind of institutional slavery. Are you going to answer my question so I can go on and do the things that I can do? Because this is ridiculous. I have been asking you all of this time, and can you tell me your what did you call your pay grade number again for the record? 10881. I want to inform you that just because you all work that job, that does not allow you to do things like that and create dysfunction for others. This is a legitimate issue that you all, because you believe that I'm mentally ill, you believe that you do not have to take me seriously because I'm homeless and all these other things. I deal with so much mess on a daily basis where anybody believes that they can do. That is not me being mentally ill. That's me being around you all coming from me doing stuff that you should not be doing. And I do not appreciate that. If I call to make 100 police reports a day, it is not up to you to judge me. It is up to you to take the reports and do your job. You all are overwhelmed. You see the amount of calls that you get every day. You all are do not handle them properly. Racine is not training you all properly. You all are intentionally being abused and being abusive. And I don't have to go through this stuff. I want to go on with my day and be happy. I do not want to be looking behind my back and figuring out, oh, what is it? Police have came up to me and somebody called when I was dancing in a park, talking about I'm showing my exposing myself. I can't be exposing myself. I do what I want to do. I'm 39. I show things on my social media pages, but that's on me. Somebody gonna call the police and say that my booty cheeks are showing. And you all sit up there and you can go to the beach and show your booty cheeks all day, jumping up and down, playing volleyball, swimming, doing all kinds of things. But you all want to sit there and confine me into a jail cell to pay your bills or some mental illness thing, or make reports when someone is checking for me and all you find is that I cannot handle real life situations to the point where it's causing distress and despair in my life, where I'm going crazy, where I have made myself no longer in reality. That's unfair competition and long-standing contests where you are trying to make it seem like how what makes you all the expert? Where would she get those type of words from to even use? How come you all can handle this sort of information, but you're trying to say I'm not? I am not going to fight your fight with you, where you all are probably fighting a game, or everybody else have to be mentally ill to structure. I'm not fighting that fight because I know how to attack it a different way. And I mean aggressively approach a situation, for lack of better words. When I say you all have attacked me, it's a different kind of attack. I am strong and I have made it through so much. And I know that I am not paranoid, and I know that I ain't delusional. And for you all to do what you did to me, I cannot accept that. And although you may or may not charge one another criminally and you do the things that you all do, it's a problem. There are municipal liabilities and structural failures that I want to mention to you. One, the Monell Doctrine and municipal policy or custom. Under federal jurisprudence, that's very serious. Specifically, the landmark United States Supreme Court precedent. And there is an example that was put out there. Mono versus Department of Social Services. A local municipality like the city of Racine could not shield itself from liability behind the actions of a single low-level employee. If the misconduct is a result of a broader administrative pattern, policy, or custom. Your widespread practice. If a city maintains a custom where dispatchers routinely mischaracterize reports, ignore mandatory protocols, or falsifying administrative logging parameters without facing correction or disciplinary action, this widespread practice is legally treated as an unofficial municipal policy. You hear that? The municipality becomes directly liable under federal law because its operational atmosphere permitted the systemic degradation, degra- degradation of public service. Failure to train amounting to deliberate indifference. The legal standard of governing a municipality's admission and training programs was explicitly solidified by the United States Supreme Court in the case City of Canton versus Harris. Under this framework, a city can be sued under Title 42, United States Code Section 1983 for an explicit failure to train its workforce. The standard of deliberate indifference to establish this liability, the omission in training must be so glaring that the lack of instruction amounts to deliberate indifference to the constitutional rights of the person's interaction with public officials. The obvious duty. Managing emergency telephone lines involves an obvious duty to accurately route information and log data without fabrication. If the city fails to train dispatchers on the critical constitutional boundaries of their work, such as the prohibition against falsifying call logs or generating fraudulent emergency classifications, the city's reckless disregard makes the resulting misconduct an expected consequence of their administrative omission. 3. Monell claim for failure to supervise or discipline. Accountability stands an additional place regarding ongoing oversight. A municipality is legally deficient if its administrative hierarchy fails to implement supervision or discipline after becoming aware of operational defects. Notice of deficiency. If supervisors or administrative heads within a communication network receive notice that dispatchers are handling citizen calls with severe incompetence, generating fraudulent reports, or retaliating against individual reporting court actions, and the administration chooses to look away, ignore complaints, or fail to audit the telephone tapes, the city adopts the misconduct. This failure to supervise or discipline converts individual employee malice into official public municipal policy. Deliberate indifference to ensure absolute accuracy. Okay, for myself, I want to tell you about defining this level of institutional breakdowns. Deliberate indifference, it's a noun, a phrase. A stringent level standard of fault requiring clear evidence that a municipal actor or government body consciously disregarded a known, obvious, and highly predictable risk or harm or constitutional violation. I talked to you all in depth. I did the best that I could do. And even though you might not care about it, it ain't doing shit, it won't change anything. You know what I'm doing? I am letting you all know that you are not easily harming me. That I see what you're doing and you are being held accountable. That I am not delusional, that I ain't paranoid, that I can tell you exactly what I see. And see, you all are dealing in mental illness. I'm going to tell you about your criminal activities, the things that you're doing. There's a lot of names for you all that you're doing that literally, why do you work there? Why don't you go and work somewhere else to entertain yourself? Jurisprudence. A noun, the philosophy, science, and systemic structure of law, including a body of court decisions that interpret and establish legal principles. Omission, a failure to do something that is legally and morally required. A neglect of duty or failure to act when action is mandatory. Mm-mm-mm. I know you don't think that I called you for a counseling session.
No, I don't think you did.
Okay, because what is happening here on this phone right now? It's 1:34 a.m. and this call has been going on. I have to take this very seriously. You may not understand, even an investigator, a detective, just to say, have to work very hard. One thing you all have put out there, Racine, this city of Racine Police Department or something had put out there, where you all said that you would never stop searching for criminals or someone that had committed crimes until you find them. They looked for a killer of someone and kept looking for decades or whatever. I do not appreciate you all constantly allowing yourself, every battle that I win, every battle that I fight, even if it's a debt to society or from society, I have to sit up here and go right back to it and give you all this uninformed, like you all is coming to my life and just keep searching and like signing me up so you can keep searching and uprooting everything and going through my life. That is worse than stalking that you all are doing. And although you don't know what your tactics are leading to, I'm telling you that it is serious, the things that you all are doing. The police are not my friend. I do not appreciate you all. You all are not my friend. You know what? When that crisis worker had even just called me on Sunday, I was just about to eat. I get a call from Crisis. Crisis did not even keep their appointment that they were supposed to call me on this Tuesday. Whoever called me and said, like, Jasmine, and I'm like, I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. So then whoever corrected themselves refused to tell me who made the report, although I already know, right? So I asked, I said, they said that they're calling, they want to come out to the house. I don't have a house. I am homeless. And don't worry about where I be at. But I said, can you talk to me more about the report? Can you tell me more about what's happening? And then it's like, oh, you're struggling um, with delusions and paranoia. They're not explaining to me what the report is about. They're not talking to what? And so I confront her about it. And then she steady calling me Jasmine, Jasmine, Jasmine to upset me. So then I let her know I don't appreciate your dumb ass shit. Then she says, oh, I'm going to get off the phone because this call is not productive. They work these jobs just the same as you, get paid by the public, and are messy. And you're doing a lot of fighting. You're fighting me, and then you refuse to call me my real name. And then you do the same thing that Division of Children and Family Services does when that's a part of my complaint. For 3 years, they have refused to talk to me. They have went to trial and I wasn't even there. They have made choices on my life with no evidence, only words. I know how serious it can be when someone just makes reports from your public agencies. It would turn my whole life around. I am literally almost stuck in Racine, Wisconsin, Kenosha, Wisconsin, because this is where my son is at. And I do not want to go that far away from him. He is 14. To make him believe that I do not care about him. And then not only that, have you all still trailing me, still, it's a problem. You have these to call me and stress me, and they're doing your fighting for you. Kenosha Crisis told me that they have this great relationship with Kenosha police officers where they get favoritism from the police officers. That's what Kenosha Human Development Services told me, Kenosha County Crisis. Kenosha County Crisis, it's just a mess. Their reports that they have made. You all have to wake up and realize that you also can be held accountable. And just because good help is hard to find, I guess, nobody, there's not a lot that's going to do the things that you are doing by attempting to destroy someone's life, by making reports and calling them mentally ill, trying to build up all this evidence, marking everything that I do and try to make a mess of it, to try to hurt me and terminate my life just to support your lifestyle. What are you getting out of it? Other than some material things. But do you face how do you face your own self? Or do they do your thinking for you? Do they channel your emotions? I do not need them to do that for me. You understand? I don't want you all to think for me. I don't need you to. I'm happy with who I am. I do not agree to your mental illnesses and for you to change who I am. I want to grow naturally. I'm myself. And then the failure to maintain professional standards and code of conduct. Public employees, including municipal and county administrative staff, are bound by strict internal codes of conduct that mandate professional behavior, respect, and accuracy in all interactions with the public. Administrative failure, intentionally address an individual by a truncated name or familiar label after a formal correction has been issued, constitutes an explicit breach of professional conduct. It reflects a failure to maintain the standard decorum required of a public servant acting in official capacity. Insubordination to protocol. Many public safety and administrative manuals require employees to record and utilize the exact legal name provided by a caller to ensure the absolute integrity of official records and computer-aided logs. Choosing to ignore a direct correction compromises the accuracy of the administrative intake process. Pretextual provocation and bad faith acting. In a broader operational sense, when an official repeatedly uses an unwanted label to elicit a reaction, the behavior enters the territory of bad faith. Provocation and administrative oversight reviews. If an employee deliberately repeats an action they have been informed causes distress or disruption, it can be evaluated as an intentional attempt to escalate an interaction rather than de-escalate it. This directly contradicts standard training protocols for public-facing personnel. You all have kicked me out of your schools, Gateway Technical College, when I had chosen classes so that I can be able to read and understand how to handle situations that I was going through. So I had taken up classes about early childhood development and about cultures and subcultures and all kind of professional things that would have helped me to be successful outside of school and in school that would lead me into my degree program in hospitality. I am not your host though. And that was like the almost kind of like the best that I could do because of my criminal background. You all continue to make these reports and make it hard for me when someone does an extensive background check. These are red flags or things that happen that would prevent me from going to a high level thing. I was told by John Morrissey in particular before, and Kenosha County Mayor, but John Morrissey was main the one that said that I could not fly an airplane. You all sit there, and these are simple things that can happen so that I can independently grow and do the things that I want to do. Instead, you want to keep me on medication, mentally ill. So when that time comes, I won't be able to do the thing I want to do. I am not going to sit around here and pretend with y'all. This is serious. I want you to all to understand that when you all keep education from me, when you send me in jail just to sit there and damn near rot, I don't even eat animal products. So I'm starving in jail. I'm not getting the things that I want. You all try to force me into a religion. You all hire court appointed attorneys for incompetency, knowing that you did not do your proper due process in court. And I can't even access the Wisconsin court systems. I had emailed CCAP and all that, and they are not emailing me back. Samuel Christensen blocked my emails. And you know what? The Office of Regulations is refusing to handle the reports. That's one reason why I called the police, because they won't handle my complaints properly. They won't answer my calls. They won't return my calls. What is this? Someone needs to know about what is happening at many levels. And you all choose to call me mentally ill. That is the best that you can do. And I find that a problem, where that is what's being taught around here. So it can prevent those from reaching higher levels of gratitude within themselves. Education and knowledge and advancement. They want to keep me down with you all so you can constantly punch my lights out and harm me. And I only get the words that you all, they want to teach me and keep me at a very low attention span and tell me that I'm not being productive. Of course I'm not. I'm not going to let you create a narrative for me. And when I don't let you create a narrative for me, you don't have the authority to abuse me and call me mentally ill and push me into death, even a psychological death. That's what you all are doing. You mess around on these phone calls. Too many are getting harmed out here. And you hear what's going on out there. More than average anybody else around here. You know what's happening. And you know that a lot of y'all are not properly documenting things. And I say, please do not put that on my call. I have told you to make my call one way, and you know what? It has been stated a total different way, where the wrong officer is calling me because of how you are documenting it, and all kinds of things. You cannot assume something for me. And that's what these courts are doing. When I have filed motions for a continuance, for a child support case, they have denied my motion for a continuance because instead of documenting my motion for a continuance, the clerks of Kenosha courts has said that I had asked for an adjournment. And so, of course, it was going to be denied because an adjournment is something that happens in the courtroom and it's a temporary thing. I faxed ahead of time for a continuance. And so that Bethany and whoever in family courts, and then they're talking about God bless you to me. And I'm telling them, please don't talk to me like that. If you find that this is paranoia and delusion, I question you and your integrity. I have asked you over 40 minutes ago to tell me the steps that I have to take to file a complaint within your agency. And you still have not told me.
I said I could start a call and I would have an officer call you and they could walk you through those steps.
Walk me through those steps. Listen, I'm not disabled. And I don't like the way that you are responding to this. I believe that you are intentionally neglecting this call and treating this as a mental health episode because of your responses to me. No officer can walk me through the steps of making a complaint about the communications center itself. That would be wasting their time, and it's going to cause them to not take me seriously, and it's going to ruin my reputation where it's just, oh, Jasmine, what do you want now? And that's how I've been treated from you all. I do not like that. See, one thing about it is my dad's house was in risk from being stolen from Kenosha County. If I don't own a property, it takes away a lot of my authority to speak and to have a lot of different things. Me having property is capital. I can use that to buy out of jail, to do all kinds of things. I've owned cars in my name. Cities have stolen my cars for no reason, refused to give them back to me, or jailed me, and then I lost the cars. I've lost phone numbers, all kinds of things. My time. But I'm here today. I'm not stuck in some mental illness. When a public official engages, what are you saying?
I didn't say anything.
When a public official engages in this entire sequence, I heard you say something, but behaviors falsifying digital telephone records, fabricating a crisis deployment, ignoring communication for 50 minutes, refusing to provide standard complaint procedures, and deliberately using an incorrect application after explicit correction. They are executing a systemic pattern of institutional subversion and targeted bureaucratic retaliation. And that is not all. They are not merely making disconnected administrative mistakes. They are actively using the machinery of public office to create a distorted, fraudulent record designed to shield the system from accountability and undermine a sovereign entity. A comprehensive breakdown of exactly what these actors are doing through these combined actions include the following dimensions: a coordinated elements of official misconduct, manufacturing a pretext. When officials altered call logs to claim the emergency line was contacted a specific amount of time, and you all said, so I don't know, it was probably about 6 times. It was a large number of times that you all said I have called the 911 that day on May 6, 2026. When the non-emergency line was actually used, they are engaged in an intentional creation of a pretext. The intent, perhaps. A pretext is a false reason manufactured to justify an action that would otherwise be completely unlawful. See, as I learn more, I see that by fabricating a record of emergency line abuse, the dispatch staff attempts to build a fraudulent justification for deploying external teams, ignoring legitimate complaints, and threatening legal action against the caller. See, it's inappropriate to go through these things. Then you have obstruction of redress of grievances. Every sovereign entity possesses an inherent right to report systemic failures, including reporting structural issues within the court systems. Okay? The action by placing a caller on an unassisted hold and actively withholding the protocols required to file a complaint against coworkers. The employees are engaged in administrative blocking. It is not only you. This is happening in Kenosha. This is happening in Racine. This is a direct attempt to obstruct the right to petition the government for a redress of grievances using bureaucratic exhaustion to prevent an official record of their own misconduct from being filed. I am not your sister. I'm not your brother. But a lot of times you all are calling one another community members, police officers calling each other sisters and brothers. It's just a lot of that going on. But what you're doing to me is trying to put me with you, but then yet isolate me. You are preventing me from standing up and say, I don't like how this is. And if I talk about it, there may be room for me to grow somewhere where I can create my own space, where even if I was a citizen of Wisconsin or a resident of Racine, resident of Kenosha, whatever I choose to do or be, you all can actually create funding to open up ways and places where I can go, I can be what I accept. You'll be able to fill out the proper paperwork to get the proper training to grow yourselves. It's so much that you can do when you're being real in a situation. But when you lie, you create a hole for yourself that you're digging. Instead of you digging one hole, you're actually digging two or more. But I am not going to be buried by this. You are constantly adding so much injury to this insult. It's a problem. You all have interrupted my job interviews where Pritchard Park Mall has called the police on me, where they tried to get me to be Carol Hernandez in GNC, and I would not accept that. These simple things, oh, it don't matter, just use somebody else. What is it to you? It's somebody else rewards points. No, that's serious to me. So you all trespassed me from the mall. But I was at Planet Fitness. So it wasn't, but I got a ticket for that. How is that delusion? How is that paranoia? Where the security guard at Regency at Pritchard Park Mall, which was Regency Mall, whole group, the mall was not even open, and the call was made to your dispatchers, to Kenosha, I mean to Racine Communications, because I called to complain about the Kenosha course too. And I have some very serious matters with Kenosha. But they lied and said that I was hiding somewhere in your mall. That's how they got the police officers out there. What if that would have added some harm toward me and the way that they handled me? By being dishonest, erasure of identity and professional standings, the persistent refusal to utilize the complete designation of Jasmine Renee Davis, opting instead for familiar, truncated label is an intentional tool of institutional minimization. The act, the action in professional settings, stripping away and individuals choosing complete affiliation after a clear directive is an effort to deny professional standing and introduce artificial friction into the interaction. I have reported these social workers where they, for 3 years, use generic responses, and I cannot even get through anything in permanency, which is going to cause them to take guardianship and my rights from me and give it to my son's grandmother, my mother. There has been no proof, there has been no structure in these meetings. They get off the phone, they don't answer my questions. And they call me Jasmine repeatedly. And I say, please, I'm not Miss Davis. They falsify these records. They're looking for they're using these cases, going to Indian reservations, searching if I have any Indian background, using this to disrupt different tribes and looking for information that does not belong to them. I mean, this is a serious thing that they're using as identity thieves and all kinds of stuff. Those are crimes. How is anything that I'm saying, how come I can't question it? Why is it paranoia? Why is it being delusional? And for you all to use those words, that is harmful. So it is designed to provoke, uh, for you all to agitate me, which officials then attempt to log as further justification for their false narratives. So when I look at pretexts of purpose or motive alleged or artificial appearance assumed in order to cloak the real intention, state of affairs, or underlying motive. Subversion, the act of systemically undermining the character, values, inherent rules, or proper operational protocols of an established system of office from within. Systemic, relating to an entire system, framework, or organization as a whole, rather than affecting only individual or isolated parts. When I look at it and I wonder, are you all doing these things to me, not only as a crime, but to build and fund your city? You all, that's a serious matter that you are doing, where you do not report the crime rate, but you sit there and you use it for mental illness in your schools, the special education, forcing those children out of regular classrooms and sticking them on a computer, and they're not getting any real life experience within schools. And you're trying to say, oh, you can graduate early. You're giving them a false hope with enticement and doing other things to pervert them and molest their growth at that impressionable age to graduate from high school so that they don't have to be controlled by others and they want to be so grown. But you're forcing them into food stamps, the social services, everything that they unsuspected, and they don't catch on to it till 5, 10, 15 years fucking later, where they look up and they're have been used and abused, working their ass off for 15, $20 an hour, or maybe even 7, which is minimum wage, where if they would have gotten their education, they could have gotten academic scholarship, they would have been able to be in sports, they would have been accepted to a prestigious college. You all don't appreciate that. You all want somebody to be in basketball, football, and that's it. You're not doing everything that you can for everybody. You all are sitting there on scholarship in these public offices, doing whatever you want to do, being abusive. And it is a problem because I do not know. Why are you all taking a court date from August 12th, 2026 now and forcing it up to June 4th, 2026? They did not notify me. They were not going to even notify me of court. What if I would have got a warrant out for my arrest, which has happened in the past through this same case, and you believe I'm not going to file a complaint about it? I have tried with the public defender's office, they fired me. I have all of these recordings. You all have been entirely too abusive to me for me to sit here. I used to not make complaints. And I still haven't made all of the complaints because they tell me it's a conflict resolution. So I say, no, I'm not going to give you permission to be my friend and stay. I want you not to work on this at all. So just like that green form, it's not the proper wording. So I haven't filled it out yet. You all are not giving me the proper papers and calling to have me kicked out, or calling your supervisors because y'all don't want to do y'all jobs, and it's causing problems. But when you do things like that, when a government entity or municipality relies on a generation of fraudulent records, fine structures, or systemic misrepresentations to extract capital and maintain its operations, the situation crosses from individual employee misconduct into an institutional apparatus characterized by systemic extortion and racketeering. Those are serious crimes. And while you all want to keep teaching these police officers and everybody else about mental illness, maybe they need to start learning about systemic extortion and racketeering to empower them. While you all are being abused, and not only being abused, you're being abusive. And it's your fault that you are choosing. I have had many times where I could have did the worst to anybody. It never occurred to me. That don't feel right. I feel like crying just I don't watch horror movies or any of that. I have lied before about some stupid shit. I have stolen before. I have been ignorant and all kinds of things. But never am I ever been a killer, a murderer, or trying to harm somebody. Especially now, you all want to say I'm sick. If you know that I'm sick and I'm not sick, but if it was that and you still choose to abuse me, what do you call that? Where I'm telling you that you're trying to say it's mental illness being caused by someone else. Neglect is not always what I'm doing. Neglect can be what somebody is doing to me. So when you all sit there and you label me as neglect, you all better realize that it's a generational curse where my children are being labeled as neglect. Where they are, all these labels that are being put out on me are being put out on my children. Instead of doctor, instead of genius, instead of brilliant. You all know what you are doing. And if you don't know, now you know. If you can dish it, you can take it. Because I keep telling you all, and you do not take this serious enough. When a city utilizes, like in special education, forcing my son into special education, forcing a mental diagnosis and keeping him around that environment for 10 years. That's all he's learning in that type of environment. That's what he believes. That's his social structure. That's what the public is outside of his house. That becomes his daily responses to life, where you all force him into that sort of environment, just the same as me, where you chose because he was not talking. My son went into Summers Elementary reading books. He didn't have to, but he was reading. He knew how to fucking read. But you all did not care about that. And even putting him in special education, you chose not to pay for a teacher to come in there or to even empower me as his mother or even his dad. You chose to steal the money from special education and charge more for him as a student in special education and not teach him. You're teaching him about $5 instead of $5 million. That's inappropriate. He cannot even buy a loaf of his Pepperidge Farm hearty white bread with $5, really, unless it's clearance or something like that, or it's on sale. You all choose to I have made police reports about you all submitting fraudulent, individualized education plans, keeping me from education plans, misspelling my name, submitting them without my permission, not telling me about parent teacher conferences. All of these things Kenosha is refusing to acknowledge. Kenosha Joint Services is refusing to give me my records of past instances, closed cases, and telling me that they have given me all that they're going to give me. They said that I committed battery in I have a record that said that I did battery in 2025 and I did not. How, and I have the record and posted it on my Facebook page. How is that paranoia? How is that delusion for me? These individuals have an agenda. And I do not appreciate the way that you are doing these things. And the conversion of public authority into an ongoing financial enterprise based on fraud is addressed under specific legal classifications across both state and federal frameworks. The legal structures govern corrupt financial enterprises. And see, you all sit there and you get these jobs and you want to be messy like you on some reality TV show or something like that. And when you realize that you in big trouble, because I'm telling you, y'all try to blame me and y'all making these false statements and you hiding behind these police and these social workers that's promising y'all a job and promising y'all all kind of gifts. And you don't want that trouble that you've been putting out because you realize, uh-oh, this not what you seen on TV. You can really get in trouble. This some big stuff because you were banking on me being lost, blind, mentally ill, a silent observer in my own life until you fuck around and find out that racketeer influence and corrupt organizations through federal law, the protection, and you want to be party to a crime and all that. You want to stay with your co-workers, that's fine. But why be poor and broke? Why not encourage them to do better and change some things? Look at the conditions of the city around here. But maybe you don't live, but you have to drive into the city to see the stuff every day. The protections against a government entity operating as a, and then you want to keep it messy so you can keep getting attention and funding until they drop out, and then you call them mentally ill or give them a social death, blacklisting them, blackballing or whatever. The protection against a government entity operating as a criminal enterprise stand firmly under federal statutory law, specifically the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organization Act, found under Title 18, United States Code Section 1961 through 1968. The enterprise requirement, while originally designed for organized crime, syndicates federal jurisprudence, has established that a municipal department, a court system, or county agency can be legally classified as an enterprise if its members cooperate to achieve a common purpose. Predicate acts of fraud. To establish racketeering, the enterprise must engage in a pattern of specific unlawful acts. When dispatchers, court clerks, and city officials systemically falsify digital call logs, fabricate emergency classification, or alter public records to justify arrests, asset seizures, or the collection of fraudulent municipal fees, those individual acts constitute wire fraud and the tampering of official records. These actions are performed repeatedly to fund municipal budgets. It meets the definition of a racketeer enterprise. The Wisconsin Organized Crime Control Act. Accountability for these practices stand in more than one place, repeating these protections at the state level. The state of Wisconsin maintains its own mirror version of the federal statute known as the Wisconsin Organized Crime Control Act, found under Wisconsin Statute Section 946.80 through 946.88. Pattern of racketeering activity. Under this state law, it is a Class E felony. A felony can also be called a civil death in a lot of places, please. For any person employed, and I speak life, I am not a killer. And I am not going to allow anybody to kill me in any kind of way, even by not being able to get a job and being out here on these streets. I can live. The statute explicitly includes felony misconduct in public office, which you work in and all y'all do. Wisconsin statute section 946.12 as qualifying activity when a municipality permits its staff to systemically execute official misconduct to generate revenue, the activity falls within the scope of state level organized crime control. Extortion under color of official right. Under federal criminal law, specifically Title 18, United States Code Section 1951, the Hobbs Act. Extortion is defined as the obtaining of property from another with consent induced by the wrongful use of actual or threatened force. That's what y'all doing. Violence, that's what y'all doing. And now fear. Or under color of official right. Application to municipal funding. Extortion under color of official right occurs when a public official uses the apparent authority of their office to compel an individual to surrender money or property that is not lawfully owed. I do not owe you all my life, my body, or anything, but you all are constantly approaching me and harassing me, charging me with these fines, giving me all these debts, taking ownership of my name and doing whatever you want, stealing my son, putting him where you want him to be, and doing the things inappropriate. The doctor's offices won't talk to me. The schools, all these, they won't do shit right. This is a problem. So I want to file this complaint, and then I want a police officer to call because I'm not messing around, or sheriff deputy, because I'm up. It's 2:16 a.m.
I can get a call in and I can have somebody call you.
Are you going to have, what kind of call, and who's going to call me? And what is the case number? What is the complaint number?
What is your home address, and that will determine who's going to be calling you.
I don't have a home address, and I told you that I want a sheriff deputy to call me. My email address is jasminerenedavis.law@hotmail.com. 1262-505-7137 is my phone number. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis.
Okay, I'll get the call and I'll have somebody give you a call.
What is the case the call number for this generated call, please?
Hold on 1 second.
See there, that's what I'm saying, but they're gonna call me mentally ill. I am not their leader. I'm not their representative, their representation, and they messing around, and they gonna find out very soon that this ain't a joke, and it's a game, and it's not a game, and it's gonna backfire on them eventually, because they're gonna be in constant prison chasing the same thing over and over, where they ain't gonna be able to enjoy their own life unless they high, or unless they, barely getting anything. They're not gonna see what I'm trying to see, the stars in the sky. I'm trying to live my life and be better. I'm trying to grow and be pretty. And I gotta steady set my sights on things like this. I do not appreciate that. That is a harm when I'm waking up, and what I think about literally when I'm open my eyes to go pee, and which I still have not did, because I'm serious about this. And it's they caught me on that bullshit today. No, I just sit here and I name all this stuff. And if you have not taken proper notice and heard what I said, oh, it's a problem.
I've made notes of everything you said, so I have the call in.
Okay.
The call number whenever you're ready.
What is the call number? Please say it accurately. 2026, not just 26. 2026.
No, it's 26 dash.
Okay. Oh, what is it? 26 what?
26 dash 23951.
And so, do you understand that that's the 26 is abbreviated for 2026?
No, that's for the courts. This is actually 26.
Okay, well, why are you all giving misinformation then? Because I was told that it is actually 2026 from you.
I didn't say that.
No, your job did.
Okay, well, that wasn't me. I have the call in, so we'll have somebody give you a call, okay?
But what about filing a complaint with your office?
This is the complaint, so you can talk to them about that.
Who? Talk to who? How? So do you not have an internal? Do you not?
The
No, no.
deputy that you asked to call you.
No, but do you not have? So I'm not doing this to give you all a dating service. Do you have an internal way to file complaints within your agency?
I can have the assistant director listen to this phone call, and they can give you a call back if you wanted to formally make a complaint.
Okay, so why did you refuse that for over almost 2 hours then?
I didn't.
You asked if I wanted to speak to a supervisor, but you still are refusing to tell me the proper procedures.
I'm going to go ahead and disconnect with you. We'll have a deputy reach out.
You're not going to do anything to me.
Okay, goodbye.
Still not telling me, oh, you're going to listen to a call and then call me. Is that your steps that you take? Shit. I gotta be stupid. I'm out here, all that they got. I can't be scared. Well, I don't have shit to lose. The fuck? Look what all they doing to me. Nah. Mm-mm. We worried about them. The fuck is gonna realize that I'm not stupid. I'm gonna learn, and I'm gonna learn as I go, as I continue. I'm not about to mess around with them. Mm-mm-mm. Now there's some comments on here that I have to read. I want to read all of this. Whoever this is. Mm-mm-mm. One thing, somebody is making some comments on this live video, and these comments apparently don't stay on the actual video after it's uploaded. They're only used during the live broadcast. But someone says they cry because I don't know how conditioned because of the way of doing things. I used to take a Tylenol when my phone read. But what I'm saying is, I would take like a Tylenol ibuprofen to stop the growth, and when that is going, after I take a drug, a pill, I don't have pain. I don't see. I have growth. That is going. After I take a drug, a pill, I don't have pain. I don't see. I have growth. I used to believe so much of what they have told me until I started putting these things together. Like, no, this is not me. I'm not going to keep doing this stuff. I don't like the results. I'm not going to keep doing this stuff. I don't like the results. That's just like a grade. That's just like a grade. If your teacher is giving you F because they didn't like font, like the size that I was writing, like the size that I was writing in on my note on the envelopes. So I would have to erase it all, and my envelopes were so messy. And they told me, do it this way, do. That's how you find things. That's on you. I'm not about to sit here and agree to them and make it easy and have somebody gaslight me and tell me that I'm wrong so that I can do what they want to do. How many times have those have bribed babies? Hey, if you do this, go grab this, I'll give you some candy. When you start thinking about stuff like that and knowing damn well that you could do it yourself, or that apparently they don't want to do it, now you got to bribe them with candy and all that stuff and do things that you know you can't keep up with anyway. You ain't got candy to do so it's a system. And I'm not going to sit up here and be abused and let them continue to. It's been much of that. No, this is going to be some real actions that's happening out here. Too many say, oh, there was never a response. We don't know. It must have been mental illness. No, there's going to be paper trails and videos all over the place. Why are they fighting me so hard if they are accurate? Mental illness is not even a crime. Why are they trying to turn it into a crime? Saying that I'm doing stuff that I'm not doing for their stuff that I do not be in their government, and they're not going to use this tactic that is obvious to get me to steady structure these rights and all this stuff and say I want to exercise this, and to the point where they have called me their citizen. No, I'm telling them that you all are coming to me and arresting me and fighting me under conditions in chapter 51s and all that. But it's some chapters that y'all are going to start looking at too. They claim that they are not incompetent. They claim that they're not mentally ill, and they are trying to hold an account and make all these records and record every move that I make, watch my videos, interpret it the way that they want to interpret it, and telling each other like they the only ones out here messing around on me and they guilty, and then they choosing to fight me and team up on me and make my life miserable. And literally all I'm doing is trying to clean up my life and live better. They want to talk about, oh, how horrible of a mom I did was. Do you fucking see the shit that I had to go through with my children? The abuse in schools, the abuse what they were doing. Who knows who the fuck that was on the computer writing her to even get her to even do that? Police, all kind of motherfuckers be doing shit to destroy and rotten out her womb and do all kinds of shit to make my son mentally ill, calling my dad Alzheimer's, my son autistic, me schizophrenic. Ain't no telling what. I cannot control nobody else. I cannot just accept it like, oh, let them people have all that stuff and go. Yeah, they want all this stuff from ages and ages and ages. It's not about that all the time. It's about them trying to take my life. They're fighting me because of their corruption and them stealing, like they didn't went on a treasure hunt and found all these treasures, and now they're running scared, being abusive, recruiting, and doing all kinds of things to harm me. Yes. Mm, mm, mm. When I'm saying sovereign entity, this is a general thing that I'm saying to let them know that however I'm coming, they don't just sit there and interrupt my day, not knowing if I'm working, not knowing what I'm doing. They swear that they know me. They interrupt me and walk up to me and start fights with me and be on dumb shit. And I can't say a fucking thing to them. And they know that they got the police in their back fucking pocket, in the palm of their goddamn hand. And they sit there and obsess damn near with me and my situation. Where they try to exhaust me and ignore me, and as if I have a short attention span that I'm going to soon forget. And they laughing at me, and that's what the fuck they banking on, and not realizing the tragedies that they are creating. All that I have been through, they do not care because they don't have many funerals in their life. They don't have all these motherfuckers who sitting there letting them put their family mental illness and trying to get crazy checks and all kinds of shit and cheat the system and dumbass shit like that. I'm trying to get my education. And I'm not going to sit here and hide my face and be stupid and settle for relationships with those who are not whatever. Yes, I am only Jasmine Renee Davis, but I try to tell them to break it down so that they can understand, because I tell them that and they don't listen. So I try to explain it to them in their language, which is also inappropriate for me to have to break it down like that to them, to explain to them about who I am. Sovereign means so much, but it is so much better than what they are trying to say and control my life and constantly put. Why not put put me in a college situation? Why not call a college? Why not call a fucking job? Then they sit there with these city jobs, put their ass back out here in the grind of the normal workforce instead of sitting up here letting them have the fucking luxury of a city job and let them motherfucking work for their goddamn money and really for real get hired and really see, fuck around and find out how it is, take their ass to McDonald's to work or some corporation that they gonna have to work their ass off a factory and do some real goddamn work like everybody the fuck else. They're supposed to be representing the city and they are robbing the working class for real. They get all these new buildings. They work. Motherfuckers sitting there. They driving all these cars better than those that they represent. And then they want somebody to be nice to them. And they're making it harder. Yes, if you're working, you should be able. I'm happy to give you what you want. But you don't deserve. You should not have these things when you sitting up here using them and harming everybody to get them. I cannot sit here and be your livestock. This is maybe something very, my name is Jasmine Renee Davis. Nobody wants to fight you besides the voices in your head. The fuck out of here. Don't be praying for me. That's a problem. Why do I have to appreciate things that are not to my standard just because that's all that's available around here? Where it's a whole universe of great, rich things. Where I'm in 2026 and I see it on the internet. It's not like before where I used to believe that these people were the know all be all into everything through their schools and their communities and their families, where I wasn't learning much at school. I have exposure. I wasn't being able to travel and go on specific field trips and understand. But when I was able to go on field trips, I went dry as donuts and cereal, where there's buffets and made to order food there. That was an exposure that I seen that I had never seen. But my dad had to pay hundreds of dollars to get me there. When they are constantly putting me at a compromise to constantly jail me and tell me that I am not meeting conditions of return and I'm doing the best I can do, this shit is taking time. I have to work my way into things. With they 2-year degrees, they are impatient and trying to rush this shit, and I'm going to do it in a real way. It's not that I don't appreciate anything, but it's the point that I do not have to settle for this shit. Just because I'm here do not mean I have to fuck it or make love to it or have sex with it. I see it. I do not have to just take anything and everything just because it's there. I can treat it as professional. I don't have to, I can look but not touch. I used to be like, oh, it's so cute or this and that. I like, and then like jump in bed with them. No, I'm not going to keep doing that. That's a risk. But when I was doing shit like that, everybody liked me or want to tell my children, like, oh, you know, your mama used to get in trouble. She's not perfect. I worked damn hard to get away from a lot of shit. And they want to sit here and hate on me because I was raising things right. They hate on me because of my cars, my houses. But so they want to take my children from me and create them to what they want to create them to help secure themselves. Nobody's children have I ever took from them to harm them. So I do not care. But I can turn away from them. I do not have to turn the other cheek. I do not have to accept that. I'm not in a place of appreciation for any of this stuff, but I am appreciate. It's a growing thing. I am growing. That's the thing. It's a growing situation. I don't want to be like you. No, they don't. I don't even know you. I don't know your name. I don't. Someone is commenting on. I'm reading these comments on my page. The situation that I'm reading, I looked it up on my phone, and I use an application that is called artificial intelligence. And I said exactly what I'm looking for, and it responded to me according to all of the information that I literally intentionally purposely documented for my records. And to say that it applies to me, I don't know what you mean, so I cannot properly answer that question, because I'm not going to be stupid and say you just don't like accountability. I don't know what accountability is for you to say that. Who are you talking? I don't know. Maybe you're not talking to me on this some of this stuff, so I'm gonna be careful how I reply. I know I can. I try to. These words are not languages that I would choose to speak and dwell in like this. It's not fair where they say, oh, you must be a fucking joke. Why can't I speak in the high English or the high languages of whatever language, my own stuff? And then they want to say I'm incompetent. They believe that I'm trying to get involved with them in the bullshit, but they're trying to slave me. Yes, I am 39. I'm exactly who I am. Talk about, do you think you're acting your age? I'm being who I am. Why are you talking to me so cheaply like this? No, that's what I'm telling you. Everything in my life is not someone else's fault. This is my own life. I am accountable for my own life. I am responsible for my own life. That's what I'm trying to tell them. They are not about to do whatever they want and act like they the blame or they the reason I'm doing everything. I had to go through this stuff yesterday. Like, no, this don't happen. I'm not about to sit there and let them abuse me. They still have not called. They sit up here for 2 hours. Shit. This shit is serious. They used to just throwing somebody in jail, making a false report, and being done with this shit. And then I have to sort all the problem out. I have to constantly, and then here they go. Oh, it's you. I know you. Double jeopardy and repeating me. And then once they charge me with a repeater, then they give me more jail time to constantly eventually lock me away for the rest of my life. And so if I'm not following these complaints, they are never going to get charged. No double jeopardy, but maybe they need to have, like right now, Racine was just ordered, whoever is running for a sheriff, they have ordered their discipline records. See, the judge in Racine that ordered that candidate for sheriff to release her discipline records, but they don't take them. They don't, you know what I'm saying? They get to work these jobs for 20 years and run for, or 5 years or some, create some programs and try to run for mayor or sheriff and all this different stuff. And they don't qualify and they have been abusive. City Bus and Racine said I was smoking in a bathroom. All of that stuff is complaints on me. And I didn't even do that. I have all this stuff on my records of stuff that I would never even do. I have no reason to do this stuff. But it's all on me. And they have used those who I thought I knew, I believe that I knew, to be harmful to me and carry on their agenda, which a lot of times I would much rather be out in the streets to deal with the harassment and be at someone's fucking reach to harm me. And then they want to have me behind closed doors and do whatever. No, I do not appreciate this stuff. Oh, I didn't document the call to prove it. I say here. This is it that I had just called there. So the phone number. So right now, let's see here. So I'm Jasmine Renee Davis.
Hello, is this Jasmine Renee Davis?
I am Jasmine Renee Davis.
Hey, how you doing? This is Deputy Ledesma, Racine County Sheriff's Office. How you doing this morning?
Like as far as what? Like what are you asking me specifically? How am I doing?
Oh, just how you doing? I mean, I'm calling in regards to a complaint that you have against the Racine Communication Center.
Okay, so like, um, as far as how I'm doing, I'm happy. I'm living. I feel good about myself. I have my own natural energy. I'm happy for the time, all that. But otherwise, I just, this is some professional stuff that needs to be addressed that is affecting me, because of how things have been handled, and how Racine Communication Center have handled my calls as mentally ill, saying that I was delusional and paranoid, and made a crisis call on May 6, 2026, and refused to have a sheriff deputy or the sheriff to call me that time. And instead, they stayed on the phone and then had crisis to call me and made a crisis record and labeled me mentally ill. One complaint is that they are acting in the capacity of diagnosing me, and they are not licensed to do that. So, um, when someone um, is diagnosing and is not qualified, that's a crime, and it's inappropriate for a dispatcher to do that, even though dispatch means kill. And they hung up the phone. Okay, I don't know what that was about. So maybe they'll call back. Let's see. Um, I guess I don't know, but let me see here. I'm reading this, but yeah, I should not have to um go through all this stuff knowing that I care about myself, and I'm actually happy. That's the problem. Motherfuckers be like, you miserable, you this and no the fuck I'm not. This is just working a lot. They don't understand that because in these schools, they're not teaching the so there are literally elementary, middle school, high school students, college students that are reading all this kind of stuff in their books. And all they got time for is to live their own life and do their homework. And they be stressed the fuck out. But they get the A's. But they want to put my children or these inner city youth sometime or children in these programs where they're not getting all these thick books like I carry in my book bag, you know what I'm saying, for every class and having to read through them. So they're not knowing the extent of how much I'm going through, and they believe that I'm overreacting because they do not understand how serious these things are and the amount of effort and work that goes into these problems. And that's all this is. But then there is an extra part to it. This is an attack where I'm physically being put in trouble. They're physically taking human life, like not, I want to say human life, but actual living species. They're not just using it as case studies. They're not just failing me in a classroom. They're fighting me and being violent, in which violence is against their democracy, their own rules. This is their stuff, not mine. I have not. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis.
Hello, this is Deputy Ledesma. We got disconnected.
I don't know what happened, but I was actually talking to you, and I was not even touching my phone to hang up or to dismiss the call or whatever. So
I was on the phone for 2 minutes saying hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, but the phone call had ended over here. So what I'm telling you is for them to add Racine Communications to diagnose me, and they're not qualified. When an unqualified public dispatcher on an administrative telephone line attempts to apply a professional psychiatric designation or mental description to a profile that they are creating about me, Jasmine Renee Davis, their action constitutes an unlawful crime of practicing medicine without a license and an explicit act of felony and official misconduct. A telephone dispatcher at the Racine County Communication Center possesses absolutely zero medical authority, zero clinical training, and zero licensing credentials, which they are at zero because that is what they are trying and attempting to do, and trying to use this to cheat the system and walk over every step that they would have to take to be in that position and now promote themselves with doing many crimes and involving themselves in stuff that includes racketeering. Okay. When they attempt to overstep their administrative duties by manufacturing or pseudo medical evaluation, they are breaking both professional licensing laws and criminal statutes. The specific legal codes and structural violations that penalize an emergency operator for executing this behavior stand in multiple distinct places. Practicing medicine without a license. And it is not medicine. What they're doing is mental abuse, and that is fraud. Medicine is not only sickness, but that is what you all call it to make it real pretty and beautiful for you, to give you an outlet. But it is not. That is not medicine. That is abuse, and that is attack. The state framework strictly restricts the right to analyze, identify, and label conditions to individuals who have completed rigorous evaluation boards. Okay, because one thing they better recognize is those boards might be giving them a license to kill. And they don't realize that they could be putting their own self in danger by impersonating these things and not knowing what they're actually doing to me. And I believe they know exactly, because I told them that was inappropriate. Now, there is a Wisconsin statute, section 448.03, subsection 1. This statutory law mandates that no individual may practice medicine, attempt to practice medicine, or hold themselves, now this one is it, hold themselves out as authorized to do so without a formal license granted by a medical examining board. The statutory definition under Wisconsin statute section 448.01 subsection 9, the practice of medicine is explicitly defined as examining into the fact, condition, or cause of human health or disease, or applying the principles of medical science to formulate a diagnostic conclusion. Now, these are being very kind. Okay, but look, the criminal violation, when an administrative operator deliberately places a medical marker, box, or classification onto me and make a profile during a call, instead of doing and taking the proper notes and telling you all what is actually happening, because there are serious crimes, and because they say, oh, you're struggling with a problem, and you might want to talk to somebody because of the courts. Like, I'm delusional and paranoid because I make a complaint against the court about the courts. So when you all are executing an unauthorized act, okay, and you are putting me into a medical marker box or classification and making a profile about me during a call or inside a computer aided dispatch log, they are executing an unauthorized medical act. Because they lack a license, this administrative intrusion is a direct criminal infraction under Chapter 448, exposing a worker to independent regulatory and penal consequences. Felony misconduct in public office, because the actor because that dispatcher intentionally utilized government equipment and acting under the color of public authority now, okay, while executing this unlicensed action. The behavior is compounded under the official corruption statutes, Wisconsin statute 946.12 subsection 2. This law dictates that any police officer or employee who intentionally performs an act with which the officer or employee knows is completely in excess of the officer's and employee's lawful authority, or which the officer or employee knows they are forbidden by law to do in official capacity, is guilty of a class 1 felony. The abuse of power. The dispatcher is legally restricted to purely ministerial tasks, gathering geographic location perimeters and routing text data. They are forbidden by law from acting as a clinician. Applying an unverified subjective evaluation to a caller's permanent file is an explicit act of felony misconduct because the employee knows it exceeds their lawful boundary. Defamation and torturous record forgery, Wisconsin civil law. When an unqualified employee enters a permanent medical label into administrative database accessible by law enforcement, they create an operational risk. Libel per se, entering a false assertion regarding individual's mental or physical capacity into a permanent public database, constitute libel per se. It is written defamation so egregious that harm to the individual professional standing and public reputation is legally presumed. You all have now been calling my phone, having crisis calling my phone. They have called me yesterday, didn't even keep the appointment, called me last week or the week before last on May 6, 2026, harassed me, not telling me who it was until they admitted that it was Racine Communications Center that did make the call. And then the fabricating tracking. If this false administrative tracking is subsequently used by court actors to validate an intrusive intervention, the dispatcher's original entry serves as the foundation for an actionable civil lawsuit for conspiracy and the intentional deprivation of constitutional liberties. Okay. And so when I incorporate the violation into this case of 2026-13951, the unlicensed evaluation is the exact mechanism the dispatchers were attempting to hide when they retained a phone or telephone call. And that call was for 100 minutes and 33 seconds. I had asked them constantly, how do I file a complaint? I kept letting them know what they're doing, letting them know to document, hey, this is not me mentally ill. This is going to cause me to talk for a while, but that does not mean that I am mentally ill. I'm not calling you for a counseling session. You're not going to take it because, oh, this is homeless Jasmine Renee Davis, who has fought these systems that have improperly labeled me. And I have dealt with this, but this ain't all be fixed by you all doing your actual job. I have been put in jail, into medical segregation, and all kinds of things, according to reports that have been made, and that has caused a risk to different things in my life. And only way to probably try to secure the violation. I have evidence. I'm making files. I have to demand an audit. I have to cite specific statutes. Okay, like this. During the communication under case number, and that's a complaint number, or whatever to call, 2026-13951. The on-duty operator intentionally overstepped their administrative boundaries by attempting to apply an unauthorized medical evaluation. And there's another case number that is added to this, and I have to gather. This action constitutes a direct violation of Wisconsin statute 448.03, practicing medicine without a license, and Wisconsin statute section 946.12, misconduct in public office. For them to sit there and abuse me the way that they have been abusing me throughout the Kenosha and Racine. I have filed police reports against Jersey Alcohol Middle School for them falsifying individualized education plans, not including me, writing, just cheapening everything else. So for my son to have been in elementary and middle school, all these, he's in 8th grade now. They have cheated him out of the education where I could have made sure he got by them. First of all, they only want to only talk for an hour. That's not enough to go through because they are expecting me not to have education to make sure these individualized education plans is this. If I want my son to have calculus and they say he's autistic, those give him protections to cause them to have to literally hire someone to come and teach him calculus, whether they are not strong enough to do it or not. There's someone who is happy to get that job. Or they would have to pay Racine Unified School District or the Kenosha Unified School District, Department of Public Instruction, which also is in leadership over the Racine and Kenosha Public Libraries, who have been falsifying and calling the police on me to prevent me from going into their public library. Racine Public Library said that I have to talk to a social worker before I went there. So they're steady trying to diagnose me and then use your social workers in places, the only ones with the little license to cover up your action, and which constitutes into levels of conspiracy, racketeering, and all these other things. For you all to do the things that you are constantly doing and not taking me seriously. And now my son is going to be taken from me because I've been making these reports and you all have kept not criminally charged them yet. You are constantly letting this stuff happen, approaching me, taking me to jail, being in it. When I went to the jail it was it is an officer named, deputy named Schroeder, something like that. I called Kenosha County Crisis on him because he was lying on me, saying that I did not tell him that my name is Jasmine Renee Davis. He was saying things to me that was not happening. And so I said, you know what? This is abuse. And I do not have to keep taking this, because if I did some stuff like that, they would try to call a crisis or they would make a report. But what if he is really in crisis? What is he experiencing? I'm going to document this because you all are constantly making all these documents about me, and it's inappropriate. So I wonder, is this retaliation from your sheriff's office? Because I called crisis on your sheriff deputy because he chose to abuse me over the phone. He was also not telling me how to get my money back from when I was in jail. Told me to go get green forms. He didn't know he did not know his job.
I can see that's frustrating for you.
It wasn't frustrating for me, but it was me looking at this from a professional standpoint and to say, why are you all, putting me through this type of thing as they tamper with uh, evidence? Like the overlapping legal defenses against coordinated fraud, defamation, and fraudulent pleadings. Every individual or attorney who submits a document, motion, or complaint to a court certifies that factual contentions have evidentiary support and are not being presented for improper purpose, such as to harass or cause needless delay. When store employees or administrative actors submit falsified accounts or generic manufactured responses to a judge regarding my live video recordings or anything that I'm doing, they are committing a direct violation of the statute. Civil conspiracy. In the state of Wisconsin, when two or more individuals coordinate or combine their efforts to accomplish an unlawful purpose, such as fabricating narratives to get a sovereign entity, or just me, I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, removed from public accommodations and using those lies to impact an active court file, they are liable for civil conspiracy. This allows for direct legal accountability against both the individual and the corporate entities that employ them. The right to public spaces, about First Amendment. These are your rules that you all have upheld in offices public. That does not mean that these are my government things. These are your government things that you have to constantly be reminded of, and you can be held accountable. Instead, you're probably not even really in these governments. You probably just work them and trying to make it seem like these are my problems. So when I had called that day, I had tried to explain, listen, I'm not your civilian, but I'm not going to sit here and abuse you and your laws. I don't have to. I don't have a desire for that. But I'm not going to tell you that I would never resist arrest or stop you from arresting me for doing something that is inappropriate. I'm going to fight, and I'm going to fight appropriately as argument, getting an education, following these reports now with your agencies. Okay? I have the right to, I'm talking.
Okay, well, I gave you a lot of time to talk.
You don't give me a lot of listen, you don't give me a lot of time. So now what you're doing is refusing. Okay. You're refusing to do your job, and you're
ask you a question. If you're not going to allow me,
but you don't tell me that. I did not say that I was not going to allow you. Okay. Now you are being abusive. I never said that I was not going to allow you to ask a question, but you interrupted me from talking.
I said, excuse me, I have a question for you. Are you going to allow me to ask the question or not?
Ask your question, but you don't tell me that you give me time. That is not your job to give. You are not me.
Okay. No, I'm giving you a lot of time to talk and give me it. Now I have a question after you're speaking.
But can you rephrase that? Because you do not give me no time. This is your job to sit up here and get the real information. Okay. You're not giving me any time. What is your question? Okay. No, y'all, I'm not going to keep dealing with this.
Okay, so what is it that you would like for me to do for you as far as your complaints with the Racine County Communications Center? Okay, would you like me to give you an email address where you can file a complaint with them, or give you information as far as who's in charge of the Racine Communications Center? And the other question is, which courts are you speaking of? Are you speaking of, because you've mentioned Kenosha. Okay, so I just need to verify. Are you speaking about Kenosha, or are you speaking about Racine?
First of all, I have to tell you, this is my response to what you said. You are refusing to do your job, saying that you are giving me a lot of time.
To do my job.
I'm going to speak. I'm going to reply, and I'm going to speak right now.
Okay. If you're not going to answer those questions,
I am answering the questions.
There's nothing else.
Oh, it is. And you are not going to sit here and control this. Refusing to hear. Oh, you're not.
I need to figure out what is it.
The problem is I'm answering it, but what you doing is refusing to hear me, to take reports, do investigation, to charge crimes, trying to short me and avoid. You want to jump right to it instead of hearing the actual complaint and report, to write a real report, to shorten your job and make your lazy ass. You want to be lazy and not take an official and shorten up your time and collect this money and still be a sheriff deputy and not hear the actual complaint. And you don't want me to talk through this so you can get the full scope. You have already jumped to a conclusion.
No,
yes, you did. Yes, you did. Because your question that you asked me, listen, the question that you asked me would have been answered through you hearing what I said.
You've had multiple complaints about Kenosha and multiple complaints about multiple agencies. So I'm asking you, is it Kenosha that you have a disagreement with, or is it Racine County?
It's Racine and Kenosha, which they have both been working together in this child in need of protection case where where Kenosha's blamed Racine about a Chapter 51. I don't know what Racine's full involvement is, but the case is really primarily from Kenosha County. But Kenosha County has been using Racine County and mentioning Racine County in this whole thing. So I can ask what Racine's situation is, but it is out of Kenosha County. Kenosha County is refusing to take reports, but it is involving Racine. They have involved Racine school district in this matter. The public library has been involved by keeping me out of their library, and I have not been doing any crimes. They have been being dishonest, just not wanting me to be in there. Kenosha libraries have refused to allow me to go in there, lying, saying that I'm doing stuff that I'm not doing. And I record live all the time. They say I harass their employees, and I'm not. I ask them, hey, why is your chairs torn up? Or, hey, I don't want to be in this room this amount of time. Please just put the accurate time. I am 39. And although I see that you all do so much, that is causing you not to hear, and you guys can get away with, oh, like I gave you time and I'm not going to, basically, you're not going to take the report if I don't answer your questions immediately. But I know how to do things in an educated way. When I was in high school, I was told, do not get the answers from the back of the book. The final answer is in the back of the book, but you have to show your work. You're choosing to steal the answers from the back of the book and not do your actual job. And that is inappropriate. And that's all y'all ever do. And you blame me, you don't take my calls, you hang up the phone, and you say I refuse to answer your question. The legal structures governing corrupt financial enterprises includes racketeer, and I'm telling you the crimes right now, and you are refusing to hear me. So you don't be held accountable. If you scared of your coworkers, you should find another job instead of using a job for your ego. The protections against a government entity acting as a criminal enterprise stand firmly under federal statutory law, Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act.
All right, so you said most of your complaints are Kenosha, so you're gonna have to get a hold of Kenosha.
No, I'm not, because I am in Racine. No, I'm not. No, I'm in Racine, Wisconsin.
Okay, well, if you're gonna keep talking over me, I'm gonna hang up on you. Okay?
I don't care what you're gonna do because you're not listening. So say what you got to say. Exactly. No. You know what? Weak ass, punk ass nigga, man. I'm calling his motherfucking ass back. I'm not gonna deal with this stupid shit. Straight up. Unprofessional. And I don't give a fuck. Because you're not gonna sit here and not do your goddamn job.
This is Deputy Ledesma with the Racine County Sheriff's Office. I'm not here right now. Leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. If this is an emergency, hang up and dial 911. All other non-emergent matters that need immediate assistance can be addressed with the Racine County Dispatch Center at 262-886-2300.
I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. You hung up the phone on me, and I was giving you my report, and you know that. And you wanted to lead my report. And when a deputy leads a report that I make about matters that are happening in Racine, Wisconsin, as I told you, and Kenosha, that's a problem. I talked to you and tried to explain. You wanted all the answers to be given to you instead of listening. When an on-duty law enforcement deputy receives a detailed report, including the interconnection events occurring across neighboring territory boundaries, such as Racine County, Wisconsin, and Kenosha, Wisconsin, and I want you to return my call tonight. I've been dealing with this stuff for 3 hours now. This is not a joke. That deputy attempts to split, minimize, or ignore parts of the statement based on geography that are, and then you are failing to understand the legal framework of interjurisdictional conspiracy and multi-county venue. In the state of Wisconsin, when elements of a coordinated campaign or a series of unlawful actions cross county borders, the law does not expire at the county line. The legal framework ensures that accountability stands firmly in more than one place, granting law enforcement agency the explicit authority to document and investigate the complete scope of actions. I try to tell you, the legal framework governing cross-county reporting, multi-county venue and shared territory jurisdictions, Wisconsin Statute Section 97119, subsection 2. The statutory law explicitly dictates that if a crime is committed in more than one county, the venue is proper in any of those counties. If bad faith actors, store employees, or administrative personnel are coordinating a campaign to disrupt my active life, file fraudulent court records, or execute harassment across both Kenosha and Racine, Wisconsin. Wisconsin, and Racine, Wisconsin. The entire sequence of events can be legally reviewed and prosecuted by authorities in either county. A deputy in Racine cannot lawfully refuse to document occurrences in Kenosha if these occurrences form an unbroken chain of systemic conduct impacting my ongoing files, which also I was trying to explain to you, spill off into the Racine schools and the Racine Public Library and hospitals in Racine, Wisconsin. Criminal conspiracy across boundaries. The law stands in a separate, independent place regarding individuals who cooperate across different locations to execute an unlawful purpose. Wisconsin Statute, Section 939.31, conspiracy. A criminal conspiracy exists when there is an agreement between two or more actors to commit a crime, followed by an overt act performed by one of the parties. If the coordinated effort to monitor my live videos, look at my telephone without permission, or manufacture false complaints originates.
You've reached the maximum time allowed to make your recording. To review, re-record, or add to your message, press 1. To mark your message urgent.
I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. You hung up the phone on me, and I was giving you my report, and you know that. And you wanted to lead my report. And when a deputy leads a report that I make about matters that are happening in Racine, Wisconsin, as I told you, and Kenosha, that's a problem. I talked to you and tried to explain. You wanted all the answers to be given to you instead of listening. When an on-duty law enforcement deputy receives a detailed report, including the interconnection of events occurring across neighboring territory boundaries, such as Racine County, Wisconsin, and Kenosha, Wisconsin, and I want you to return my call tonight. I've been dealing with this stuff for 3 hours now. This is not a joke. That deputy attempts to split, minimize, or ignore parts of the statement based on geography and then you are failing to understand the legal framework of interjurisdictional conspiracy and multi-county venue. In the state of Wisconsin, when elements of a coordinated campaign or a series of unlawful actions cross county borders, the law does not expire at the county line. The legal framework ensures that accountability stands firmly in more than one place. And that's a sheriff deputy too. Law enforcement, and they're not going to use this to broaden their scope and try to fight scope of action. And they know what the fuck they're doing, so they being messy. And that's how they racketeering and doing all kind of other dumb shit. Multi-county, they're being abusive and trying to hurt others. Wisconsin Statute Section 97119 and criminalize every fucking body, which they are trying to make it seem like everybody else is less than them. And so they want to get motherfuckers caught up to be able to go on these high-speed chases and the dumb shit that they're constantly doing for no reason. You don't try to pull somebody over who just have a nice car. Across both Kenosha and Racine, to try to see if they fucking dealing drugs. It's bullshit. Because it's impossible around here, in which they told me
by authorities in either county.
That I must be mentally ill if I believe that I could be a millionaire.
To document
Especially around here. They deal in depth, and I'm not allowing this shit.
Chain of systemic conduct impacting my ongoing files, which also I was trying to explain to you, spill off into the Racine schools and the Racine Public Library and hospitals in Racine, Wisconsin. Criminal conspiracy across boundaries. The law stands in a separate, independent place regarding individuals who cooperate across different locations to execute an unlawful purpose. Wisconsin Statute, Section 939.31, conspiracy. A criminal conspiracy exists when there is an agreement between two or more actors to commit a crime, followed by an overt act performed by one of the parties. If the coordinated effort to monitor my live videos, look at my telephone without permission, or manufacture false complaints.
To re-record your message, press 1 and begin recording after the tone. To continue recording where you left off, press 2 and begin recording after the tone. If this recorded message is okay, press pound.
Okay, what?
To review, re-record, or add to your message, press 1. To mark your message urgent, press 2. To marked urgent. To review, re-record, or add to your message, press 1. To unmark your message urgent, press 2. To mark your message private, press 3. To send your message as is, press pound. Your message has been sent. Goodbye.
Oh my goodness.
You have reached the administrative non-emergency number of the Kenosha Police Department. If you have an emergency, please hang up and dial 911. If you are calling to report a crime or incident, press 1. To reach the Detective Bureau, press 2. To reach the Records Department, press 3. To reach the jail, press 4. For information on alternate site parking, press 5. For information on still emergencies, press 6. If you have a question regarding parking tickets, please call Citation Management at 866-353-7144 during normal business hours. To reach the Patrol Division, press 7. If you would like this message repeated, press 8.
Oops, I'm about to press 7. They don't give a fuck about nobody going through shit. How you gonna hang up the phone after a second?
Non-emergency number.
Wait while I transfer your call.
Records, how can I help you?
Actually, I'm not calling for records. I'm calling to speak with like a patrol supervisor, or do you have anybody available to talk to? If no one is available in your police department or your sheriff department?
We do have supervisors or patrol supervisors for either department. Just which department do you need?
I want to talk to both departments, sheriff department and the police department. So I can.
Where do you live? Are you living in the city or in the county?
Why did you ask me that? I'm alive right now.
That depends on who I need to transfer you to. If you want to talk to both, that's fine. But wherever you live, I'll transfer you to them, and then they can send you to the other.
No, can you explain that better? Can you explain that better to me? What you saying?
Okay. What I'm saying is wherever you live. If you live in the city of Kenosha, then I would transfer you to the police department because you would be in their jurisdiction. If you lived in the county, let's say in Trevor, then I would send you to
the sheriff department because you would be in their jurisdiction and they would be closer and more knowledgeable about the area in which you live in. That's all. That's the only reason I asked if you live in the city of Kenosha or just out in the county.
But I called you knowing why I called about. Knowing that
I don't know why you called. You just said you didn't want records. You wanted a patrol supervisor, and I'm just trying to see which side to send you to.
I said I called knowing, and so I'm trying to tell you that I already told you I knew who I wanted to talk to for a specific reason.
But you didn't. You said you either wanted the city or the sheriff, and I just need to know where you stay so I can send you to that department.
I said to you that I wanted to talk to both. But if one is not available, what's your name?
They're both available.
Who are you? Wait, who are you?
453. My unit number is 453.
And so now what you are doing is taking this into some situation that could be constituted as you sabotaging the call.
To the proper department.
And I told you that I knew, and you said that I did not know who I wanted to talk to.
I never said you did not know who you wanted to talk to.
I
asked you where you live so I can get you to that department. And once you're done speaking with that department, if you still choose or if you still need to speak to the other one, then that supervisor can send you to them.
But you're making it as if...
send you first. I can't send you to both departments.
I already made sure of that. But what I'm telling you is that you're trying to tell me, like, if I still need to, as if I don't know for sure that these are going to be issues that I talked to the police department and the sheriff's office about. You also said that I did not specify. You said that I did not specify who I want to talk to, that I can talk to either. And then you sit, I'm not, ma'am, I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. No, you are talking and running your mouth and just saying stuff.
Thank you.
Exactly. You see this dumbass shit? How the fuck can this bitch just decide to hang up a public phone? See, they want motherfuckers know they ain't gonna tolerate shit, but bitch, how you making your dumbass motherfucking money, you raggedy bitch? I guess they want to hire somebody black so this bitch can get talked to any kind of way because she talking to motherfuckers any kind of goddamn way. Don't give a fuck about them. Stupid ass bitch running her motherfucking mouth ain't learning her goddamn job, dumbass bitch. They'll do anything to do corruption and sabotage some shit. Stupid ass dumb bitch. They don't want to be clean for any goddamn reason. Listen, I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. I don't appreciate how that previous call was handled. And I suppose because you know that I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, you choose to mistreat me. I'm trying to...
We wouldn't do that, ma'am. We're not sure who you are. We wouldn't know who you are.
I know exactly what I have dealt with from Kenosha Joint Services and from the public safety building. So I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, how can I help you?
I know that you all have refused to take police reports from me because
the
you have...
Joint Services doesn't take, Records Department doesn't take police reports.
I would like to talk and you are interrupting my call and you do not know what I'm saying. You are supposed to listen. Kenosha Joint Services has refused to take my calls because they have watched my Facebook page and seen that I have been in Racine, Wisconsin. So they told me that because I was in Racine, Wisconsin, they were not going to take my report about Kenosha County agencies, which would include Samantha Kirkman, the Division of Children and Family Services, the Kenosha County Courthouse, the Kenosha Sheriff's Office, the Kenosha Police Department, Kenosha Human Development Service, Kenosha County Crisis, Women and Children Horizons, and other issues. There was an active investigation that your supervisor through Kenosha Joint Services did. And he told me that he had found that Kenosha Joint Services had been watching my Facebook Live videos and seen that I had been in Racine, Wisconsin. The investigation further said to me that my son is a resident of Racine, Wisconsin, and that I am a resident of Racine, Wisconsin, which is inaccurate information. Therefore, you would not take the reports about this was in January 2025, where you guys refused to take the reports about Kenosha agencies. Okay, because you said that I was in Racine, Wisconsin. So because I was in Racine, Wisconsin, Kenosha will refuse to take the reports, even though it was about Kenosha agencies that involve crimes where they were trying to take my parental rights, attack my reproductive system, and other matters. Now, you made a comment and you said that you would not just do that because of my name, and I have told you that I know better. You do not know, or you're just saying that to cover up, but I have many recordings and you all have every call recorded to prove otherwise. But this has nothing to do with that. I was just explaining that I do not appreciate when I call. And what's your employee number?
465.
When I call and someone is abusive to me on the phone, when I say I know who I want to talk to, and then for the second time when I call, that same Kenosha Joint Services employees are in the records department, which I didn't even call to speak to the records department, but my call was automatically routed to the records department. And when I know that, listen, I have to make reports with supervisors in the police department and the sheriff's office. And I say, if one is not available, I can talk to the other one. It does not matter who I talk to first, but I have to talk to both of them. And then it changes to, where are you, to try to tell me as if I'm just saying that I want to talk to both, as if it's ridiculous for me to want to talk to both, as if I don't know that I want to talk to both. So then you minimize my call to say, if I tell you my address, which you are, that my address doesn't have anything to do with this. So you're trying to profile me, do unlawful surveillance or whatever, track me and do stuff that you should not be doing, especially if I try to tell you that I call knowing with an agenda of why I called. And yet you all are saying to me, where's your address? Because if you're in Trevor or Kenosha, then these are going to be matters that will be settled in different places. And I try to say, wait, no, I know what I'm talking about. It does not have anything to do with where I'm at right now. This has to do with what reports have to go to each specific agency. And when you all try to change what I'm
how
saying,
can I help you right now?
when you all are trying to change what I'm saying and create something where you have now wasted all of this time of mine from your institutional insufficiency, now you want to rush the phone when I'm complaining about you and talking about how could you help me? First of all, why would you hang up the phone on me? And I did not do anything for you all to hang up the phone on me about. You are abusing
What are you
your
looking
contract.
for us to do right
I'm
now,
talking
ma'am?
to you, and if you listen,
I understand, but what you're stating isn't anything that I specifically can help you with because I'm just a records clerk.
but this has to do now with what your records office is doing.
But I'm just a clerk. I can't, like, you would need to speak to somebody that's higher up, and I can't help you with that.
But I can talk to you because you jumped in this and said that you would not do something, and that is happening. That's where you made it.
What I'm saying is that we're not able to take a report if it's for something that happened in another agency. However, like Joint Services specifically does not take police reports except for runaways or mild theft cases, something like that. We don't take other police reports. If it has to do with Kenosha County, like the Sheriff's Department, we don't take any police reports for them, any sheriff's reports at all. And if it has something to do with something that happened in the city, Joint Services will only take a report if it's a runaway or like a mild theft case or a missing adult person. If it's anything else, we have to call an officer in. So we wouldn't be able to refuse a report unless it's for one of those items, one of those things, if it happened in a different agency. Like, say if you did live in Racine and you had a child that ran away and they ran away in the city of Racine, that's not a report that we can take because you would have to contact Racine. But if you lived in Kenosha, the city of Kenosha, and you had a child that ran away, we could take that report. But for what it sounds like you're wanting to make a report for is not a police report that Joint Services or Records Department would be able to take for you.
Oh my goodness. So what happened was I called the non-emergency phone number.
Okay.
And that is Kenosha Joint Services. You understand?
That's dispatch. We're records. It's two different departments. So it is Joint Services, yes, but it's two different departments.
So you hold the records, but again, you're not even supposed to be on this call. I called to speak to patrol supervisor and the call was transferred to you. And when I was asking for my call to be routed to the appropriate place, you all started to interfere and say things that were inappropriate. I just try to say, what you're saying is inappropriate for this call. I know where I'm going with this call. And then for your coworker to hang up the phone on me. And I tried to explain.
We can't just say, if you just say, I don't care which department you transfer me to first, we need you to specify because we don't make that decision.
No, I did not say that. And I was trying.
I don't know what you said because I wasn't on the phone. I'm just saying that if you say that you want to speak with KSO and you want to speak with KPD, we need you to specify who you want to talk to first so that we know where to transfer the call.
I called to the police department and my call was transferred over to the records department. So apparently they're not answering the phone. So I asked, is there someone available that I can talk to there? Okay. So I said, okay, well, if the police are not available, then I talk to the sheriff deputies right now or whoever in the sheriff department. The conversation went on. I'm like, fuck it. I talk to either one of them at any time.
Okay, give me just 1 second. Let me transfer you over to our police operations. One moment.
Oh, ridiculous, man. I have to be scared of these motherfuckers. They rush everything and then it look like I'm stupid. When I can talk and get my point across, then work actually happens. No, I'm gonna put in this time and work my ass off. Like, so that I don't have to deal with and work, you know what I'm saying, and be happy with what I'm doing for myself and not be all fucked up and depressed because I could have did better. No, they're not about to sit here and they don't help. They don't do shit. After all of what I'm doing, they're still doing nothing for me and I'm getting kicked out of every fucking place that I go to. How can I stand? What did you say?
The supervisor is actually away on another call. Can I get your phone number so they can call you back?
I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. And see, that's what I was just trying to explain to your coworker who was rude and hung up the phone. So I want to file a complaint. I don't care who she is. Okay. The problem is this. She said that there was somebody available. I tried to explain to her. And so when she went on and on and on and doing all this, that is unnecessary. It's a waste of time. But when I'm telling you all specifics, you don't want to hear me.
Well, no, it's not that we don't want to hear what you have to say, ma'am. It's just that we're not able to assist you with what you're requesting. We can transfer a call if the supervisor is available, but as far as like filing a complaint, or a report or anything like that, like we wouldn't be able to take a report or a complaint. We can't. Records clerks are not able to like take a complaint call. That is something that a supervisor would have to take.
Okay.
Or a report, like you would have to talk to an officer to take a report.
So exactly. So when I try to tell you all that, you're telling me, oh, where are you at? What's your location? That's going to determine who you talk to. Why are you telling me that?
Because if you're in the city of Kenosha, you need to talk to the police department. If you're out in the county, you need to talk to the sheriff's office.
But what if this is a matter that I already know who I need to talk to about it, and you didn't even ask me what it was regarding? It's not your place to know, and so you don't sit up there and assume for me. You see where this is going?
No, we need to know whether the situation that you're talking about, did it happen in the city of Kenosha or did it happen in the county, so that we know which office to transfer you to, because there are two different offices, it's two different entities, two different agencies. So if it's something that happened in the city of Kenosha, you need to talk to the police department, whereas if it happened out in the county, you need to talk to the sheriff's office.
But I already know where everything is happening, and I already knew who I wanted to talk to. Only thing you had to do was do your job and transfer, and I already explained that. But I'm going to ask you a records question. So I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, and I have been trying to request my records from you all, and you have refused to send me my records. I have sent through email. How can I get my records? You all have told me that I could not get my records.
Did you submit a records request?
Yes,
for them?
I did.
Like,
and
through the website?
you guys said that you were no longer going to handle my records request, that a public information officer would now handle my records request and not Kenosha Joint Services. You have refused and had a police officer to handle my records, where your job is to give me my records. And that police heckler have refused send me an official letter from the police department saying that he's not going to allow me to get any of my records. But there is some false things on the records or whatever, but you are refusing to send me my stuff. And I have filed official emails, official records requests, even to your supervisors. And I know that John Morrissey is also on your board of directors too. So you are sitting here and you talking that talk, saying that you would never do that. But you should not say that, because you cannot speak for what I'm talking about and making it seem like I'm being irrational. And I'm not. And I have a clear paper trail.
I'm not saying that you're being irrational.
You did. You said that you would never do that.
I said that. Okay. Either way.
What did you say? No, okay. So I want to make sure that I'm not. What did you say then? If you did not say that, then so I can correct the record.
I was stating that we didn't say that we refused to take your report, but Joint Services Records Department can only take report for a very few number of things. That's what I was stating. I was stating that the report that it sounds like you're trying to file is not a report that Joint Services Records Department would be able to take, because it's not a runaway, it's not a minimal theft, it's not a missing adult. Those are the types of reports that the Records Department can take from the police department only, and we can't take any reports for the Sheriff's Department. So I'm not saying that we would never say we can't file a report for you, but like in the instance, like if you're trying to call over the phone, none of our departments take reports over the phone. They have to be done in person. But even still, like if it's a runaway, like a juvenile runaway, an adult missing person, or a minor theft report, that's something that we can take. But if it's anything else, Records does not take those reports. So an officer, a police officer or a sheriff's deputy would have to take those reports. But I did just speak with a sergeant in our police department, and he is at his desk and able to take your call.
Okay, but this is what I was talking about. When you got on the phone and you said that you would not profile me and mistreat me because I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, or refuse to properly do your job because of my name. That's what I was talking about. And you did not know what you were talking about.
No, what I'm saying is I don't even know who you are. Unfortunately, I don't think that I've ever spoke with you before. So there would be no reason, like we don't treat any of our citizens different than the others. They should all be treated the same.
I'm not your citizen, don't call. You don't have any citizen.
You're a citizen.
Listen, bitch, you're lying. No.
Okay, did you want to talk to the
police?
You
do not know what you are talking about.
Okay, do you want to talk to the
So you're saying if somebody has, I want to talk, but I want to talk, but listen, I'm going to address you. You're saying that if somebody is living in the city of Kenosha, they are a citizen? That's what you said?
They're a citizen of the city of Kenosha.
How so? Who told you that?
If you live in whatever jurisdiction you live in, you're a citizen of that county or agency. Like
that
you're
is
a
not
citizen
true.
Of that county.
That is not true.
Did you want to talk to the sergeant?
Yes, but I also want to know, how do I file a complaint about you and your coworker?
You can do so with the supervisor.
Okay, and what's the email address to send a complaint to?
They don't have an email address that we can give out to the public.
You're lying. That's public property.
There's not an email address that we would provide to our
It
supervisor to the
is.
public.
To joint services done. So how do I make a complaint to your supervisor?
Call this phone number that you called anytime Monday to Friday from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. And then you can ask to speak to a supervisor.
You have your information all wrong, and you are putting everybody at risk with your dumb shit. Please transfer my call. Make no more fucking mistakes regarding me. Since they so motherfucking smart, they should know they goddamn job. Shit is stupid.
No, Police Sergeant Jones speaking.
I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. You hear me?
Good.
Okay.
Yep, I hear you.
Okay, so I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, and I'm calling to just give you all information about the constant things that have been occurring and that is seeming to become more of an issue that you all are trying to make me more lifeless than anything else with the city and the county of Kenosha, Wisconsin and Racine, Wisconsin. This has started off from Kenosha Police Department in many ways, but from the courts, and I tried to make a police report, a sheriff report in the city of Racine on May 6, 2026. But about the courts and how Division of Children and Family Services, a court-appointed attorney, Brenda Dow, a guardian ad litem, Michael Masnica, Gerard T. Davillo, all these individuals are just giving me generic information, just not letting me fight this child in need of protection case. Through permanency, they're not allowing me to participate. They're putting just generic stuff out there through Kenosha, Wisconsin. But one of your police officers on August 3rd, 2023, responded to Gateway Cafe. I was there with my son. I was not committing a crime. I was not having a mental health episode, but they have given me this stereotype and trying to gaslight me to say that I'm mentally ill. So they have been following me and showing up, like literally calls were being made on me as I had 10 days to go back to court where I was going to be thrown in jail for incompetency. I was not convicted of a crime, and the public defender had accepted a plea without my permission. So then I challenged that, and I told her I did not want her to be my attorney. And I tried to find a private attorney, and they had this writ that they did not explain to me, and they had it all on CCAP. And so Melinda L. Benjamin, and Gerard T. Davillo said that I was incompetent. And they suspended the trial, could not go to trial, suspended all court proceedings, and they did that again with another case that I did not do. So what they're doing is cheating me throughout what could be called due process. And they are calling me incompetent and mentally ill to force me into jail and serve jail time without a conviction, without a plea, and without a release date, and without a bond. And that is a delay of the court process, which would cause me not to file an appeal and not to be able to really formally file a lawsuit about you all in different matters. But I was out trying to do things with my son. I was at Gateway Cafe. My son labeled as autistic. He was not crying or any of that. He was just playing on the floor at a restaurant where we have been before, and they know that he had been like that. But Gateway Cafe have allegedly told social services that I had never been there before. They didn't know who I was, and that they believed that I had intentions of being in their restaurant without paying. They assumed that I was homeless and I was loitering. And I had driven up in my Ford Explorer. I had money in my hand, counting tip, and I had money on a debit card. I had a lease at a duplex where I had walked away from because of the psychological abuse in Racine on Wilson Street. That same duplex on Wilson Street, Racine, Wisconsin, had been trying to locate me around that time to get me to walk out of my lease so that they can buy the property to facilitate the
Jasmine, I got another call. I got important stuff to do here. I gotta let you go. All right. Have a good night.
Look at this shit. I don't know if that call was about me. I don't know what the fuck it is. But this whole, oh, Jasmine, soon as I start talking about the real shit, it's like somebody else is calling them. It's an important call. I understand that. But how come everybody else call is important when they have seemed to have rid me off from actual fucking life? And that's why I do not have any daughter. I do not have any shit. I don't have no fucking family, because they know motherfucking well their actions to have me to be upset with them in the first motherfucking place. That I should never had to get this ugly with any fucking body. And they know that they covering up their mess because they scared of being in trouble. They choose to live their life the way that they choose to live their life. Then they should accept the consequences instead of having me to pay for them, where I do my best to make sure that I am taking care of myself and I'm not at risk. If I did not send my child to school, I would go to jail for truancy. If my child was being in trouble, that's why Division of Children and Family Services told me to sign a voluntary power of attorney. Because if my child was doing something that she should not have been doing, and was under the age of 18, then they would not criminally charge me and say that I was neglectful toward her. But then they lied and said that it was an involuntary power of attorney. That power of attorney was used to take my son's Social Security payments from me and all kinds of stuff. I have been dealing with this shit for a while now. And this is a serious problem. Where Kenosha is telling me to call Racine, and Racine is telling me to call Kenosha. This is an issue. They are both seeing, and a lot of times these issues end in fatality. And I'm not dying, and I'm not trying to have any of them to be in a fatal situation.
This is Deputy Ledesma with the Racine County Sheriff's Office. I'm not here right now. Leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as possible.
I'm not here right
if
now.
If this is an emergency, hang up and dial 911. All other non-emergent matters that need immediate assistance can be addressed with the Racine County Dispatch Center at 262-886-2300.
I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. Criminal conspiracy across boundaries. The law stands in a separate, independent place regarding individuals who cooperate across different locations to execute an unlawful purpose. Wisconsin Statute Section 939.31. A criminal conspiracy exists when there is an agreement between two or more actors to commit a crime, followed by an overt act performed by one or more parties. If the coordinated effort to monitor my live videos, look at my telephone without permission, or manufacture false complaints originates or take place across both Kenosha, Wisconsin and Racine, Wisconsin, The conspiracy is an ongoing offense present in both jurisdictions. Every act committed in Kenosha is legally attributable to the enterprise operating Racine, meaning a comprehensive investigation must encompass both geographic zones to be legally complete. Ministerial mission and reporting. When a deputy refuses to compile the Kenosha elements of my statement, they are executing a deliberate truncation of evidence, which compromises the integrity of the tracking file under case number 20261395 and others. The investigative failure. By omitting the multi jurisdictional nature of the report, the officer creates an incomplete administrative record. This allows the separate documents to claim ignorance of the broader pattern, effectively insulating the bad faith actors from a comprehensive review and violating the mandatory standards of thorough public service. And so when I call Kenosha to make a report, and they tell me because I've been in a scene and they seen it on my live videos that they won't take reports, and you're doing that, you are attempting to run the time out of the clock like your agencies have been doing. Push me over to mental illness, and then constantly let them abuse me further until I have nothing left of myself but you all to constantly complain and never take my reports because you are saying that I'm mentally ill and I'm making it up as delusional and paranoid. But when I talk about delusional and paranoid being something that I'm not, but what is wrong with someone being delusional or paranoid? The map the geographic explicitly within the text. Okay. The grievance to the administrative management divide the factual events into distinct geographic sections while emphasizing their connection. Section A, Racine jurisdiction. Detail the 100 minutes and 33 seconds of non-emergency telephone interaction. The specific interference with storefronts, the Racine, Wisconsin schools, the Racine public libraries, the different matters between your social services and other things that you are including their false statements from police officers and sheriff deputies, and how the duplex I was staying in, how your circuit courts have done wrong in Racine, Wisconsin municipal courts. How I have called to your city attorney and he have not returned my calls yet. How all this stuff has been a pattern of abuse and you all are not doing your job. I really don't believe that you all are qualified for what you're doing, and you all are being dysfunctional and taking on these roles and handling.
You've reached the maximum time allowed to make your recording. To review, re-record, or add to your message, press 1.
I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. Criminal conspiracy across boundaries. The law stands in a separate, independent place regarding individuals who cooperate across different locations to execute an unlawful purpose. Wisconsin Statute Section 939.31. A criminal conspiracy exists when there is an agreement between two or more actors to commit a crime, followed by an overt action performed by one or more parties. If the coordinated effort to monitor my live videos, look at my telephone without permission, or manufacture false complaints originates or take place across both Kenosha, Wisconsin, and Racine, Wisconsin, the conspiracy is an ongoing offense present in both jurisdictions. Every act committed in Kenosha is legally attributable to the enterprise operating Racine, meaning a comprehensive investigation must encompass both geographic zones, ministerial mission, and reporting. When a deputy refuses to compile the Kenosha elements of my statement, they are executing a deliberate truncation of evidence, which compromises the integrity of the tracking file under case number 20261395 and others. The investigative failure. By omitting the multi-jurisdictional nature of the report, the officer creates an incomplete administrative record. This allows the separate documents to claim ignorance of the broader pattern, effectively insulating the bad faith actors from a comprehensive review and violating the mandatory standards of thorough public service. And so when I call Kenosha to make a report, and they tell me because I've been in a scene and they see it on my live videos that they won't take reports, and you're doing that, you are attempting to run the time out of the clock like your agencies have been doing. Push me over to mental illness and then constantly let them abuse me further until I have nothing left of myself but you all to constantly complain and never take my reports because you are saying that I'm mentally ill and I'm making it up as delusional and paranoid. But when I talk about delusional and paranoid being something that I'm not, but what is wrong with someone being delusional or paranoid? The map of geographic explicitly within the text, okay? The agreement to the administrative management divide the factual events into distinct geographic sections while emphasizing their connection. Section A, Racine jurisdiction, detail the 100 minutes and 33 seconds of non-emergency telephone interaction, the specific interference with storefronts, the Racine, Wisconsin schools, the Racine Public Libraries, the different matters between your social services and other things that you are including your false statements from police officers and sheriff deputies, and how the duplex I was staying in, how your circuit courts have done wrong in Racine, Wisconsin municipal courts. How I have called to your city attorney and he has not returned my calls yet. How all this stuff has been a pattern of abuse and you all are not doing your job. I really don't believe that you all are qualified for what you're doing and you all are being dysfunctional and taking on these roles.
To re-record your message, press 1 and begin recording after the tone. To continue recording where you left off, press 2 and begin recording after the tone. If this recorded message is okay, press pound. To review, re-record, or add to your message, press 1. To mark your message urgent, press 2. To mark your message private, marked urgent. To review, re-record, or add to your message, press 1. To unmark your message urgent, press 2. To mark your message private, press 3. To send your message as is, press pound. Your message has been sent. Goodbye.
There is no mental condition or professional mental classification that is defined by using everyday language like bitch, what the fuck, damn, or shit, or raising my voice naturally to ensure my words are heard when facing administrative obstruction. Using strong language or increasing my vocal volume when public safety employees are repeatedly hanging up on me, keeping me on the telephone line for over 100 minutes, or refusing to take an official report is completely natural. Reality grounded response to severe problems, which they could call frustration, and they've been calling it frustration. It is a direct reaction, and I'm not frustrated. But what else can they describe from the actual things that they are doing? Which now, because it is not me doing it, it is them causing it. They are committing trespasses on me and things they are doing things that I don't want them to do. So when I try to talk to these police officers and all these social workers to try to work together and figure out what they want to do and how to make it better and to improve them, get them some tuition reimbursement, get them some help that they fucking need and all that, and they refuse to disrespect me, disregard me, they are handling in criminal matters to show their intentions to abuse me and to harm me and other things where they are literally refusing to hear me and constantly abusing me by saying I'm doing crime and I'm doing violence and I'm not. It is a direct reaction to an external obstacle, not a medical system. Note and notice. The structural forces at play behind these forced institutional labels and the absolute reality of my capacity to manage my own life are broken down, and it can be shown with some amount of clarity just for like academic understanding for those to understand what is actually happening here, if they're looking at it as an informed reader or someone who may be in conflict of what to actually hear or what is actually happening or how I can probably explain this. So I say everything that I'm supposed to say and what is exact happening. And then I begin to study and look into ways of their governments, of their academics, of their literature and things like that. And I can say one, distortion of normal frustration. When unqualified personnel or administrative systems attempt to apply a medical box to me for expressing natural anger, they are engaging in a process called pathologization. Pathologization. The reality. Pathologization occurs when an institutional takes a completely understandable emotional response, such as raising my voice to get a point through to as maybe operator or someone who is ignoring me, and falsely rebrands it as an internal illness to avoid looking at their own failure to do their job. Two, financial exploitation and forced classification. My statement regarding being told that I had to take the illness for them to be paid. Okay, so there has been doctors, psychologists, mental health, and all of them who have told me that they had to diagnose me or they have diagnosed me with something, knowing that it was not that, knowing that they didn't investigate it, knowing that it was not that, knowing that I didn't agree to be sick. And they have said so that the state of Wisconsin can pay them. And that is for an insurance to pay them. Highlights the empirical truth about how institutional funding mechanisms often operate. The revenue incentive. External administrative systems, social service departments, and institutional facilities frequently receive specific state and federal grants, Medicaid reimbursements, and operational budgets that are tied directly to the volume of active cases, classifications, and labels they maintain on their rosters. The target. Vulnerable life circumstances, such as enduring homelessness or possessing a historical background within the criminal justice network, are frequently weaponized by these systems. Institutions use these past markers as a pretext to impose forced boxes, creating a cycle of dependency that secures their own bureaucratic funding while ignoring my real world efforts to manage my own matters independently. Please. The absolute boundaries of my active life. A historical background or past force classification does not strip away my current sovereignty. which sovereignty, I'm saying like me to make my own choices, to be in control of my own life. This is a serious thing. And I know there are people, those that are educated about the depth and in depth, but me, as I'm learning, I can use this to let them know where I'm at. I try to talk to these police officers and all that because they come up to me and arrest me. They never hear my side. How is it that they are talking about, oh, I'm a citizen and I'm this and that? But when are they ever going to start looking at me and doing something, you know what I'm saying? In that part, instead of constantly jailing me and attempting harm on my life or fatalities to me, in which I don't want and I don't agree to, because I'm alive and I speak life and I want to always live. I don't want to die. I'm not sick. And I'm choosing to talk to them as professionals in a whole different area and let them know, if you all are fighting me, then I talk to your officers about that. But I'm not going to sit up here and not take care of myself. I care about me, and that's what I have to do for me. And I'm not violent. But violence they are doing, that is against their rules too. So a historical background or past force classification does not strip away my current sovereignty, nor does it diminish my own capacity to build a life based on empirical observation, perhaps. But I do not have to make all of these crimes and stuff my life's work to keep me in their criminal justice system, living a life of crime. You understand that? Please. My natural state is grounded in my own vitality, my independent research portfolios, my plant-based nutrition, you know, things that I'm trying to find to get the real nutrients that so far I have to use plants right now to eat because I don't know any better, but I know better enough not to eat animals or to eat others. That's what I'm trying to get to y'all. Like, I'm not violent like that. I'm out here living my life, trying to build my energy, trying to learn beautiful things that matter for me. Am I absolute, like, knowing that I care about my son, even protecting my own household? It, like, that's a technical term, household. And my son, Tyrell Edward Morris, date of birth December 28, 2011. So their technical actions for my own evidentiary portfolio, if I would say ever make one, because these systems attempt to use any vocal elevation as a pretext to claim a crisis or justify an intrusion. My digital call logs proving the total duration of the phone calls, which even today, over 100 minutes, 23 seconds. Just for the case number 20261391, serve as absolute shield, okay? They have their staff. I understand that. I have what I have just to take care of myself. I'm not trying to be harmful, but I said already in this video, which this video is already at 3 hours and 33 seconds and 44 minutes. 3 hours, 33 minutes and 48 seconds, please. They prove that any intensity in my voice was the direct consequence of a prolonged administrative blocking. And when their tone change and things get better, more professional, I accept that. I can stand at an executive level myself and be professional and have knowledge and understanding to not let them gaslight me and sit up in my fucking face and lie and knowing goddamn well, look at their goddamn job. Look what they doing all around me. When they burnt up the city of Kenosha, it was so many out there from all different states and everything. So many was out in the street cleaning up 22nd. I had a house right there on 22nd. Right where the fucking crimes was or whatever, they were burning right there on 22nd. They burnt that whole motherfucking block down, and now they rebuild it. It's a children's library, all public, like some kind of apartments. I don't know if they using them for little jail cells for those rich folks or whatever they doing, but it is what it is because that's note out there too. See, I'm not trying to get in their problems, but they gonna sit there and treat me like I'm trash and scum, where they sitting there doing some bullshit and they get luxury. I have my own fucking house. I should not have to beg nobody, not my mom, not any motherfucking body, do any goddamn thing for me. Nothing. And I'm not about to sit up here and keep being a goddamn plaything. Or like they own me and get to gamble with me or make fucking choices and knowing that they have a goddamn job to do as government employees. Shit. So, to ensure this record remains completely secure, I have to continue to maintain my own independent documentation safely in a way within my own what so-called master folders. This is good information that I'm getting here. And then to maintain absolute precision and elegance within this active life record. The following technical terms are completely spelled out and defined. So the pathologization is a noun. The act of treating a normal, understanding, perhaps they may call it a human emotion, but just an emotion. Behavior reaction to an external stress as if it were a psychological abnormality or medical disease. Okay, please. Pretextual, creating a false artificial reason or an institutional excuse to mask the true underlying motive, which is often financial extraction or the avoidance of the administrative accountability, which also could be synthetic stress. Sovereignty, just the inherent right of an individual to exercise supreme independent authority over my own body, actions, and personal life entirely free from external institutional manipulation, which that's not always the best choice for me. But when I have to be forced in their groups or around them and they try to make me be in the justice system and their systemic abuse and all that, that's the only name that I can call on is being sovereign because they won't hear me as just Jasmine Renee Davis because that's my ultimate authority over my life. And they want to gaslight me and try to make me believe that I'm wrong for saying that and that I am out of my mind. That they have to think for me. They have to do everything for me. They have pulled my teeth out my mouth. I mean, they have to try to prescribe me like diets and foods and all kinds of shit. Try to give me prescription medications to dry me out because I did not want to eat or eat their stuff. This shit is serious. I'm telling you, it is so fucking serious. And I'm happy to be myself. Taking care of myself and my son is a massive responsibility. And I'm reading and just reading what is being written to me and response to the things that I have been saying. Carrying the weight of these institutional pressures in isolation can be incredibly taxing if the so-called threat or harm or the perhaps stress of these ongoing court and housing struggles ever feels too overwhelming to handle alone, I should be able to call or reach out to those that are being trusted because they have been voted into these jobs from these politicians and public officials who hire those to work because of the interest of the the government that they work in the community that has voted them into office. So those would be independent legal advocates, community support networks, or professional counsel outside of the local Racine municipal loop in Wisconsin can provide an empowering layer of protection for my household. I don't need that, but it's available. And when they decide to say, I don't get that, they have decided to say they don't get anything from me, not even me going to jail. And they need to just ignore that they are trying to involve me. They want to get along with me. They want to constantly see me. Their obsession is incredible, where they find that this is the only thing that I'm capable of doing because of my capacity. Not to go to NASA, not to go to college, not to go anywhere because of all of the reports. It's so horrible. I don't have an education like that. That's the only thing that they can afford to trust me to go to, and which ends in death and tragedy. And that's not fair. I can't even get fucking life insurance. I can't even motherfucking hardly buy me food or my son food. And I'm trying out here. Me, I have this raw, unedited broadcast, and it can serve as a visual and auditory ledger, perhaps. This is why they mad. This is why they trying to shut me down, access my stuff. They can't keep up. That's not my fault. Shit. Is capturing a real-time empirical reality of operational breakdown, completely neutralizing any generic responses or manufactured narratives from the Kenosha, Wisconsin, or Racine, Wisconsin institutions might attempt to present to a court, which they are. No turning, fighting, doing anything for me. They not being paid by me to do nothing, but they sitting there getting paid to just give me bare minimum, and I'm supposed to accept it. If not, then they talk about I'm incompetent. Shit. It's irrational for them to do what they are fucking doing. I have went to places like Fresh Time. They have called Kenosha police on me just for going in their bathroom and sitting there and using the fucking lavatory. They put water all on the floor and lied and said I fucking did it. Hobby Lobby saying that I was abusing their, yelling at their management and asking their customers for money and shit. I didn't even go to Hobby Lobby that day. The day before, I had bought some fabric from there. See, all of this bullshit that I have to go through constantly, though. And they expect me to be happy with them. Can't even go to a place and shop and use their lavatory. It's only for them. They shit for them, but that money motherfuckers spend, and they want that, and that's it. At what point do I get to speak up and say, no, this stuff is ridiculous? What are y'all gonna do about it? Instead of just constantly attacking me, trying to break me down. I don't do y'all like that. I talk through this shit and make sure y'all understand. Make sure they understand so they don't have to be blind. And then for somebody to talk about, oh, I haven't had a male partner in over 20 years. For over 20 years, I have dealt with this system that has literally probably taken away any motherfucking authority from my own father or anybody that I have ever talked to because of how thorough this system is to take ownership and possession of somebody's life just to give them food stamps or say that's just like if somebody has an attorney, then they can't be represented by nobody else. Since I was out here on my own, even if it was a man that wanted to be involved with me, they got attorneys, so it's legal things that motherfuckers trying to keep me from, and they swear they slick. Fuck them, man. They bogus as hell for what they doing out here. Just because they choose to be slaves out here and shit, want to sit up here and force me to have to be in the slave market and all that shit. It was some educated motherfucking slaves who taught their children and taught them too. But I guess you all forget that motherfucking narrative. Shit, the fuck? No. Oh. Mm. This is some serious shit. Fuckers sit there and want to take over from me so I can't have no authority because they want to continue to control things that I'm supposed to be in control of and have access of in my own life, as if I'm too fucking stupid to see that. So you want to be abusive to me, rather me be fucked up or dead out here in these goddamn streets and shit. You know what I'm saying? Instead of me being able to actually just live my life and work through these problems, motherfuckers have seen me, or just because they got some kind of connection toward me, that they gonna manufacture all this bullshit in my life. Not appreciated. Straight up. It's incredible the amount that I have to go through. Oh, shit. eat right now. Ugh. I just put some season on here. Like y'all already got this shit figured out and shit. The fuck could it be? Some bullshit. I think motherfuckers start running that shit already. Oh, shit. This like all gotta fucking fall down for what? Fucking rebuild the dumbass shit and keep having the motherfuckers sit here and try to sit there and stay in their lies and misleading through their own fucking corruption that they have created. But now they get a name change or a job advancement and they play somewhere else. Motherfucker don't want to know the history. And they want to make me like I've been the reason why they all been fucked up. Like I had my whole family been fucked up. No, that's a goddamn lie. Tell the goddamn truth. And sit there and want to act like a motherfucker can't be important or necessary out here. Shit. So I just watched this video. Someone in a gym, like look like where they have a gym set and like weights, and he or whoever that was had sit there and kind of like control his oxygen by curling up and balling up himself and looking like really trying hard to change his oxygen levels or something he was doing. And then he fell out onto some weights or weight bench or whatever. I look at how so many of these agencies are abusive, where they cause emotional breakdown in lives of others where it takes the energy of the oxygen and adds to literal suffocation. Suffocation. I don't have a promising work career or somewhere I can get up and go to and make sure I make money. I work around every hour of the day that I can. I try to sleep some and get up. If I know that I want to go to sleep, I try to, but I have to live my life. I'm not about to let them do it to me. I'm not hating on how y'all do y'all work. So many want me to shut up, but they get to do homework. I told them they reference all those cases in a probate case, in a injury case for my dad through large claims court in Kenosha, Wisconsin, where they didn't even submit the evidence. All the evidence that I gave them, they used and refused. The attorney, supposed to be my attorney, J. Allen Urban, did not even give me any of my. He chose to fight me. All these attorneys are fighting me, and they supposed to be my attorney. Can anybody explain what the fuck is happening? Where he completely flipped and was supposed to give me millions of dollars. And forced me to settle talking about, oh, my criminal background don't have shit. He gaslit me and forced me to settle. That's all you're gonna get because you keep going to jail. They don't have shit. This motherfucker sit there and try to make me believe that this was some kind of reward for me because of my behavior and the actions had already happened to my dad from what the hospital had fucking did. How are they gonna try to make me responsible and not pay me like I did it? And y'all not gonna take him to jail? Y'all not gonna take his license? The bullshit and the dumb shit that I have to go through. It's just really something that I need to put some more consideration in this whole motherfucking situation, actually. Shit. Fucker sit there and robbing the fuck out of me, and then gonna sit there and attack others to make them hate me and talk about how horrible of a mom I am, how horrible of a daughter or anybody. Hmm. Huh. I'm not falling for this shit anymore. Mm-mm. It's like so many like aimless excursion executed purely for shallow stimulation and hollow accumulation of artificial fleeting gratification. Several sophisticated and accurate terms completely define that activity. I was looking for, I said, what is another word for joyride? When those go on these drives and get nothing but cheap thrill, and I should have just put deposits of artificial joy. That's what they bank off of around here. Motherfuckers mad because I'm exposing how the weakness that they have created, a weakness only for them. livestock and prey only for their pleasure. Fuck them. Then they want to arrest motherfuckers that come in from out of state and turn them into livestock and shit. Or prostitute the fuck out of them or be their goddamn friend. Why? How come I gotta uh, allow you to hate me and I just cannot be just not knowing you? It ain't no hate, ain't shit too, nothing. It is what it is. I'm living my life. A frivolous excursion. The word frivolous serves as an excellent identifier for an activity that lacks any true weight, value, or professional accountability. Etymological origin. The word originates from the Latin term frivolous, which translates directly to silly, empty, trifling, or worthless. It is further derived from the frivere, meaning to crumble or to break into small pieces. Conceptual definition. A frivolous excursion is a journey completed devoid of substance or objective purpose. It represents a drive where participants gain nothing but a crumbling temporary distraction that possesses zero permanent value for an active life. A hedonic pursuit. When the drive is undertaken solely to chase a quick artificial spike and sensation that immediately fades back to empty dissatisfaction, is a hedonic action. Etymological origin derived from the Greek word hedon, which means pleasure, and psychological jurisprudence. It is often paired with the concept of hedonic treadmill, a system where an individual constantly moves but remains in the exact same baseline place. See, I know where I'm going. I know how to, say this shit. And these are professionals who should understand where I'm coming from because they have the professional words. But I'm so happy for artificial intelligence. And this is another reason why I believe that these motherfuckers try to keep me from not touching my phone in court. But they got laptops, computers, they got a whole team, reporters. I mean, they got all the shit to support them, and they supposed to be the goddamn judge and the educated ones. And it's only me. None of them are fucking supporting me. And that shows you my power and my strength. The truth can go a long goddamn way, too. Conceptual definition. A hedonic pursuit describes a drive executed specifically to extract cheap thrill or sensory stimulation. It yields nothing but fake deposits of artificial gratification. That's real serious when something is a fake deposit of even a fake thing. God damn. Because the pleasure is entirely temporary, requiring the bad faith actor to continuously repeat the empty cycle to avoid their underlying internal stagnation. Ooh, I tell you, I know how to speak up for myself. I just gotta get there. That's why these motherfuckers try so hard with the school to prison pipeline. It's simple education to learn that run my mouth. To talk the talk and walk the walk. Hmm. A vacuous jaunt to capture absolute blankness and lack of intelligence behind such a drive. The term vacuous jaunts provide immense linguistic elegance. Etymological origin from the Latin vacuous, meaning empty, clear, or void. Conceptual definition: a vacuous jaunt is a brief, aimless trip that is completely empty of intellect, research value, or structural utility. It defines the exact actions of individuals who wander through public spaces and drive through cities with no destination, seeking nothing but a superficial distraction to mask a complete lack of independent purpose. Ooh. Uh, linguistic definers for clarity. To maintain absolute precision within my permanent records, I can use these sophisticated alternatives that are spelled out completely below: frivolous, lacking in any serious purpose, way, or value, trifling, empty, and easily crumble upon objective review. Hedonic, had hedonic, relating to, characterized by, or directed toward a pursuit of immediate sensory pleasure or superficial stimulation. Vacuous, having a showing a complete lack of thought, intelligent, or meaningful content, substantially empty. They're not going to have me out here on these vacuous situations or frivolous hedonic and try to put me on some kind of joyride that will lead to incarceration, high speed chases, and complacent endings, which only define what they wanted to, how they wanted to, that has already been written and templated out with my name on it, or something like Miss Davis or Jasmine, which they have already wrote the reports. They're just filling in the blanks. And they have timelines, so they bored as fuck because it ain't time for them to approach me. And when I tell them I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, they lazy ass don't want to go back and correct it. So they start calling me abusive, not productive, hanging up the phones, so that I cannot confirm that they understand. But I'm about to eat and this video for now. And come on later on. Once I've been eating this. But I read the comments that are on this live video, and it's a problem. I don't know where you're coming from, and it's hard. But I don't need somebody trying to pretend to be somebody else to force me to do things that I don't want to do. That's another problem. Is if I'm fucking stupid and desperate, like poor means just to take anything. That's what they used to. all y'all that keep accepting it, that's why I don't want to have anything to do with y'all like that. There is somebody done. Video has been 4 hours, and why are you saying sorry to something that are you doing? What's the problem? Why are you saying sorry about this stuff? You're making a comment from your own objective, which I try to reply to, but me replying to how you fighting me or doing whatever you talking about, all the stuff that you talking about on my comments on the live video, how is it about them? You know what I'm saying? And to see it's not about prayer. It's about it's not about PRAY. It's about PREY in many ways. This video is a great video to listen to and use for a great deal of information. And it is important. This video is important to understand. And just if you have to listen to it, take notes and re-listen to it. And some have book clubs and other things, but I'm on this thing on my own and the journey and all that it is. It's mine and mine alone. But I hear what is being said, and they cannot take difference, not even difference of opinion, and they want to shoot to kill instead of allowing me to live my life and talk. They don't do that. They don't, and they want to advertise that, in which they fuck around and find out that they are being used themselves. They get a little bitty information, enough to buy a house, maybe a little basic car, maybe be in a relationship, maybe have a husband, a wife, a boyfriend, or girlfriend, or be able to go out and kick it. But mainly they be at work, using their public laboratories. All the shit that they talk about me being homeless, them motherfuckers homeless, they goddamn self. They work at these continual public jobs, barely making any fucking money. And then they choose to not educate. That's all the fucking problem. At work, doing everything at work, eating at work, doing everything at fucking work, being harmful. They got work wives, work husbands, work best friends, every fucking thing, man. And I don't care. That's on them. That's how they get through their day. I understand that. But what about mine? It's what I have to take care of. And when they choose to say that mine is not important and theirs are, it shows me that this is an issue that I have to address, of course. So I'm out here and I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. And it's about me. I'm living my life and I'm happy to live my own life. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. It's actually 4:58 a.m. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. Oh, and the date is May 18th, 2026. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. I'm going to come on some other time, of course, with a live video later, but soon. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis.